So yeah, you're like I mentioned, so your moderators and organizers for the event today are myself, Melina, Govinda, Hira, Patrick Dowling, and Igor Tregu. So we're just going to quickly introduce ourselves, give you an overview of what we do and our work with the organization. So I'm a sales analyst at Nextracker. We're a market leader in smart solar trackers that are used globally for utility scale solar projects. And my role specifically is, as a sales analyst, is to project manage basically these tracker projects all the way from the initial quote all the way through contract execution. Prior to Nextracker, I worked at Solar Mosaic, which is a residential solar financing company, as an operations associate. I graduated from Princeton in 2016 with a degree in chemistry and material science and engineering. And I currently serve as the board member for YPE SF Bay Area. I'm the VP of Community along with Govinda. Govinda, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, of course. Hi, everyone. My name is Govinda. I currently work as a business analyst at PG&E. I come in this space with around 5 years of experience in the energy sector. So I worked with a multinational energy developer before. And prior to PG&E, I was working with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I am also a graduate Fulbright scholar from the University of San Francisco, graduated a few months back. And at YPE, I'm also serving as a board member, VP Community, as Melina mentioned, and I'm looking after the mentorship program. Thank you. Over to you, Igor or Pat, whoever.
Let's go with Pat.
Sure, happy to get us started. So I'm Pat Dowling. I actually just started back at school. I'm a first-year MBA candidate at Stanford Graduate School of Business. Prior to school, I was an investment associate at 38 Degrees North, which is a clean energy infrastructure investor, focused on distributed solar and behind-the-meter battery storage. I also have a software product management background. Previously worked for a wildfire risk analytics startup and a residential solar startup. But we'll be today talking mostly about finance, moderating the finance panel. And I am on the events committee for YPE.
And hello.
Over to you, Igor.
I'm Igor. I am honored to be, this is my first year on the YPE SF board. I'm the VP of Communications. I have a 12-year background working as an engineer doing primarily regulatory oversight in the nuclear safety arena for the Department of Energy. I've also done some non-proliferation work. And through the support of this extended family, 6 months and I think 5 days ago, I was able to join the incredible team at the California Solar and Storage Association as a senior policy advisor. I have an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering and political science from UC Berkeley, go Bears, and a master's in engineering management from Duke. And I'm so honored to moderate this panel. So unless Melina, unless there's anything else that needs to be done before we start, let's just get started.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly give an overview of YPE SF Bay Area, why we're here. So this event's organized by Young Professionals in Energy, short for YPE SF Bay Area. So we're a local chapter of the global Young Professionals in Energy nonprofit, which includes over 40,000 members across 40 chapters worldwide. YPE SF Bay Area, so basically we facilitate the advancement of young professionals like yourselves in the energy sector by really just providing a lot of opportunities for professional networking, knowledge sharing, and just community building. So our events vary. They range from, various networking mixers, energy facility tours, speaker seminars, fireside chats. We've definitely had to go virtual because of COVID, but we've been trying to keep around like 1 or 2 events per year. So We're excited for you guys to join us here. And this event specifically, the YPE Clean Energy Career Expo, we were really motivated to organize this event because we really just want to make, clean energy jobs more accessible, more inclusive. We really want to be a part of a solution that helps, to diversify the clean energy and sustainability talent pool. So this is our way of, reaching young professionals, reaching students, reaching transitioning professionals who want to work in these industries, maybe, aren't sure how to start or what the best approach is. So we thought, why not connect you firsthand to these industry leading experts, get some advice firsthand, make some connections at the event. So we're really excited to have you all. And like I mentioned, so this event is a collaboration of the YPE Scholarship Program and the YPE Mentorship Program. So I think Govinda mentioned it briefly, but the Mentorship Program, this is our second year running. This is our first year also running the Scholarship Program. So we're really excited for these opportunities, and we would encourage you all to check them out in the new year when they launch again. So we're going to just quickly cover the agenda before we get started. So our next career panel will start shortly at around 9:15. So that's in policy and regulations. Then we have a short break. We may skip it if we run out of time, just depending on how everyone's doing. After that, we start our next career panel at 10:35 in project and corporate finance. Then we'll have a lunch break after that for around 30 minutes. You guys can do what you need to do, and then come back at around 12:20 for the project and business development career panel session. All the career panels run for around an hour and 15 minutes. And then at the end, we've left some time for audience Q&A, closing remarks, and then we'll also have Q&A sessions within each career panel. So with that, I'll hand it over to Igor, who is the moderator for the first panel in policy and regulations.
Thank you so much, Melina. I'm so glad that we first turned it over to you. And this is a really exciting program. I hope you can stay for as long as you can, and hopefully the entire half day. It is my pleasure to introduce our career panel speakers. First of all, Francesca Wall is a senior charging policy manager with the business development and public policy team at Tesla. And as part of that team, she focuses on managing regulatory policy engagement on transportation and building electrification in the Western States region and electric vehicle charging infrastructure issues with key agencies, utilities, and cities across the country. She's held a number of other senior roles, including Senior Associate for Energy and Environmental Policy at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and others. Sarah Kamens is also joining us. She's a supervisor of transportation electrification programs at the California Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC, where she launched a new transportation electrification team 3 years ago. This team oversees the investor-owned utilities' $1.5 billion in programs to install EV charging infrastructure. And they're also responsible for providing decision makers with policy and technical analysis, including their strategic transportation electrification and framework proposal. Previous to this, she served in other roles at the CPUC, including managing customer-side clean energy programs such as net energy metering and the self-generation incentive program. And she was an advisor to Commissioner Ferrin. And last but certainly not least, my amazing boss, Bernadette Del Chiaro, Executive Director of the California Solar and Storage Association, or CALSA. Bernadette came to CALSA in 2013 and has built the organization practically from the ground up into the largest clean energy business group in the state. Prior to that, she served as Director of Clean Energy and Global Warming Programs and Environment at Environment California, as well as the Western States Regional Director for Environment America. And since 2002, She has been a leading voice on many California clean energy initiatives, including the Million Solar Roofs Initiative, the Solar Water Heating Initiative, the continued expansion of net energy metering, the establishment of streamlined solar permitting, and the expansion of consumer incentives for energy storage. So really excited to have you all here. And just for the benefit of the audience, feel free to, as questions come up, we will try to get to as many as we can. We have about an hour overall. So please feel free to put any questions in the chat and we will try to get to as many of them as you can. But just to start us off, I would love for each of you to talk about your clean energy journey and specifically how you came into this particular space doing work in the policy and regulatory arena. And let's start us off with Sarah.
Good morning, everybody. It's so great to be here. It's so great to be on a panel with Bernadette and Francesca. Hi. We work with wonderful people, but I haven't seen you all in a while. It's good to see you. How did I get to where I am? Depends how far back you want to go in time. I guess I have always been an environmental advocate and in my own mind and, since I was young. And in college, I studied environmental science and government and politics. I did an internship between college and grad school. And then I finished up at Berkeley in the Energy and Resources group. I tried to take a bunch of technical classes to understand how clean energy technologies worked, but the thing that always made me the most interested was policymaking. So after I finished, I started at the California Public Utilities Commission in 2006. Never thought I would be there for as long as I have been. That would be 2 or 3 years. And then I would go work for, I would learn how the state makes policy. They were doing really good things at the time, implementing the very beginning of, cap and trade. There was policies you guys haven't even heard of, but we were starting with solar incentives and starting with a renewable portfolio standard and everything. I thought I would get that experience and then go work for an advocacy organization, but it really drew me in, and I'll tell more about that. That was really my path. I had a professor in grad school who was about to start at the BUC, and although I hadn't thought of working for the government before, she seemed to be doing work that I thought was really interesting. So it brought me to the PUC.
Wow, what a journey. Thank you so much for sharing, Sarah. And let's go to Francesca next.
Sure. Hey, everyone. Thank you for having me, and always love participating in YP events. I used to be the co-president of YPE a couple of years ago. So fun to see you all growing into these roles and taking on a lot of leadership, and the organization's still doing really well. I started in the policy space kind of right after college. I studied political science and econ. And I was always really interested in doing something international, but I ended up at a energy efficiency trade organization in DC, and really thought about doing stuff on Capitol Hill, wanted to work at Congress, but quickly realized that working on a policy for 10 years plus was not what I wanted to be doing. And so after a couple of years, I decided that I wanted to come out to California and really work at the state level. So I joined the Silicon Valley Leadership Group at the time, and started working more on energy and environmental policy. So spent a lot of my time thinking through whether I really liked the energy and renewable space better, or if I liked the water and kind of broader sustainability, climate action policy topics. And I had a great opportunity to work with all the different companies in Silicon Valley and just understand kind of their businesses better. And so at the time, Solar City happened to be one of the member companies, and they had an open position. And so I joined the Solar City team and started working on California regulatory policy, net metering, and all those fun topics. Had a couple of folks on my team that used to work at the PUC, so it was fun to kind of learn from them firsthand. And then was part of the acquisition of Solar City by Tesla. And as soon as I joined the Tesla team, I started kind of exclusively working on EV charging infrastructure policy. And so ever since then, I've sort of grown in the role and built out my team. I started not having a team and now have 3 people. So that's a win for me. And it's been fun to not only continue to grow beyond working in California, I really now cover North America, and also have the opportunity to kind of learn how to manage a team in this space and really expand and see the organization grow a lot. So it's been a fun journey, starting on the energy efficiency side and going all the way to the transportation side. So yeah, excited to kind of hear from folks today and really have a conversation and be a resource for everyone as you guys are thinking about where to take your career next.
Thank you so much, Francesca. That's a really exciting career path. And Bernadette, take it away.
Of course, yeah. Thank you again. Thank you, Igor. Thank you, Melina. I also want to echo Sarah's comments of it's a joy to be on this panel with all of you, but Francesca and Sarah in particular, sort of a brilliant lineup. If I could just suggest a kind of an analysis of how we're all different and how it fits together. While we all 3 work on policy, and Francesca and Sarah, you should correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I've just been thinking about it, listening and thinking about this panel. While we all work on policy, we come at it sort of from 3 different perspectives. So, Sarah is government, broadly speaking, Francesca is industry. And while I run an industry association, I come at it a little bit more from an organizing political point of view, and that'll come through in my comments as well. So, but anyway, it's sort of 3 different vantage points on public policy. And so congratulations and kudos to the team at the organization that put this panel together. It's great to be on it. So my career, in energy, focusing on energy, started way back, and I'm going to date myself as not young anymore, but in 1990, when I entered UC Berkeley, climate change was, Jason Hansen was sounding the alarm. It was clear then that it was a problem. But we were so far as a country and even as a state in California from acknowledging the problem and then more importantly, working towards solving it, that I started to look at what are the different ways to solve it and realize that if I existed within the sort of structure of policy and a legal, kind of legal approach to climate change, we would never get anywhere because at the time, climate pollutants weren't even considered an air pollutant, right? So what I realized pretty quickly in looking at this issue in particular is that we really needed to change the realm of what was possible so that our regulators and our businesses and our lawyers could actually be pushing the envelope more effectively. And until we push that envelope of what was possible using the tools available to us in a democracy, we weren't going to get anywhere. We're just going to keep spinning our wheels, trying to come at the problem from different tools, right? So for example, trying to use the criteria pollutants in the Clean Air Act as a way to address climate change. We didn't have any tools to address it directly. And as a result, to really, really move the needle on clean energy solutions. So that, I think, kind of summarizes my overall philosophy. And if you look at my career path, it is in how do we use the tools of democracy, of education and persuasion and advocacy to move the needle on what is possible, and then work with our industries and our government regulators and our policymakers to create the structure that's needed in our society to move the needle. So I have done a bunch of environmental advocacy work over the years. And when the Solar Association came to me, I had, as Igor mentioned in my bio, many years of advocating for clean energy from that climate change, environmentalist, public interest perspective. I didn't honestly think that it was a good job for me because I don't come from industry, but I quickly realized that the businesses in the distributed solar industry were just not only so innovative and creative and top-notch in terms of what they were bringing to society, but they were they were just enough dependent on public policy that my skills and my approach would be a good fit. So I jumped over from nonprofit environmental world to nonprofit trade association and brought a lot of my organizing skills to the job. So that's how I come to the head up the California Solar and Storage Association, and have the pleasure of working with Igor and many others on our team. We have a small team of 9 people that help run and drive initiatives for America's largest distributed generation industry. And it's a pleasure to represent Tesla and many other great companies.
Wow. And I mean, it's really true. If I can take a moment of personal privilege, and I swear no one paid me to say this, but it's absolutely true. One of the main reasons I left the Department of Energy was to come work for Bernadette, just because I felt like I had so much to learn from such an amazing leader and manager in the space. So speaking of being a leader and manager in the space, the next question really deals with a day in the life of working in this role. Even though this is completely paradoxical because there is no such thing as a typical day and week in these roles, what does a quasi-typical week look like? What gets you excited about this role, as well as what you like doing the least in it? And what is the array of problems and decisions that you have to deal with on a daily basis? And what are some of the skills, traits, or characteristics that you feel are essential to be successful in dealing with them? So we're gonna switch the order around, and let's have Bernadette start with this one.
Sure. Obviously, COVID throws a wrench into every typical day, but I'll try to just answer it more broadly. COVID notwithstanding, my job, probably unique to others within the energy space, is very much like 75% communication, collaboration, working with others, whether that's my staff or my business members or the legislature. That is about 75% of the work I do. 25% is sort of sitting at my computer by myself doing writing or just administrative type work running an organization. That's mostly what I do. Obviously, as an executive director, I take more time than my policy team in doing fundraising, board management, staff management, things like that to build a bigger organization to push for more clean energy progress in California. My policy team, Igor can attest to, probably have more of a, I would guess, 50-50 split. 50% of the time is collaboration. We're not going to get anywhere by just sitting behind our computers and thinking up smart thoughts. We have to get out and work with people. And then the other half is actually crafting policies, proceeding comments, doing research and all sorts of things to make the case for the different policies we're advocating for. And I would say the thing I find the most difficult, I mean, every day is full of challenges and decisions we have to make, primarily on policy issues. But I would say the most difficult thing, honestly, and this won't cause a surprise given my background, is is coming to terms with the fact that we haven't yet still created an environment that is of the possible, commensurate with the problems that we need to solve. And we're still being forced to accept compromise and slower action on clean energy than I think is good for our society. And so that honestly is the biggest tension, is being a force for pushing the envelope even in the state of California, and having so much friction, even from sort of within, and I don't mean within CALSA, but just within the kind of a clean energy space, where there's still a lot of limited thinking on where we can go and how fast we should be pushing solutions like solar and energy storage. So I don't know if that answers your question good enough, but that's my attempt at it.
Yeah, and this is totally take it where you think it will lead. So thank you so much for that very authentic answer. Let's go to Sarah next. And I'm happy to repeat the question if you'd like. It's a multi-part question.
It's okay, thank you. So what's my typical work? Let me just start with what the PUC does in case everyone isn't aware. But we regulate the utilities in the state. I work for the energy division, so we regulate the electric utilities, PG&E, Edison, San Diego. And our responsibility is to make sure that the state has reliable energy at affordable rates and that we protect the environment while we're doing that. So at a high level, what our responsibility is once people like Bernadette and Francesca, help make good policies at the Sacramento level and becomes statute, then it comes to us to implement. So generally legislation is at a pretty high level. The first policy that I worked on was the renewables portfolio standard. So the policy says, hey, the utilities have to supply X percentage of their energy with clean energy. And there's a few details there. Then it's up to us to really come up with the details, the real, like, what are the compliance rules? How much should we spend on these things? And so the best part of my job is just getting in the room with all of the brilliant minds that I work with at the PUC and really coming up with innovative ways to make these policies work. I get to consider all stakeholders' opinions and try to thread the needle to make something that's going to make a long-term market signal, to create industries that make money. Sometimes I think of my job as making Tesla and others money because we want the industry to work. I have to consider environmental factors. We need to make sure that electric rates are affordable so that there isn't pushback on our environmental policies. So the best part of my job really is working with people and coming up with innovative solutions. And California really gives us as regulators so much leeway to be creative and lead the world on pushing the envelope to make effective policies. So that's my favorite, is coming out of that room, having thought of some really great way to try to satisfy all stakeholders in the industry to try to make a policy that really works. Other things that we do, you get legislation, you have to ask stakeholders questions. The day-to-day is like, how do we develop a record on making policies that work? So what questions do you ask stakeholders to figure out, to get their input on what the policy should look like? And then as my staff, they would review everyone's comments and try to summarize them and make policy recommendations to decision makers. So if you came to the PUC at the beginning of your career, you don't have to wait very long to actually have an influence on policy. That's one of the best parts. You're thrown in there if you're motivated, if you want to do good work, and if you show that you're effective. You're thrown in there at the very beginning, you're influencing state policy. So it's really exciting. And there's data analysis, of course, collecting data, analyzing it to make sure that the programs we've already implemented are effective. There's long-term strategic planning. How should we use ratepayer money? For example, right now, we want to promote electric vehicle charging to promote the state's goals for electric vehicles. Where should that money go? We don't have unlimited ratepayer money. People aren't going to pay $1 million a year, I'm just exaggerating, for their electric bills. So what is the most effective use of ratepayer money to make an industry work? So that's my day-to-day. There's also a lot of collaboration internally, but there's also a lot of individual responsibility to oversee the work that you're doing. There's so much more, but I'll stop at that. So that's some of the best parts of my job. Actually, when I was thinking about this panel and thinking about one of the harder parts of my job, it relates exactly to what Bernadette was talking about. Bernadette was saying how it's hard that, she wants to push the envelope really hard, and sometimes there's compromise. And I come from that perspective. I, got into this work because I want to make an impact on reducing greenhouse gases. And now I find myself pushing back on the people I admire and the people I, my cohort in grad school. And I find myself trying to balance those perspectives. And it's hard to be in that position where yes, I want to push the envelope really far, but I see all the other perspectives too. I see, what's needed to make the utilities work, and I see what's needed to make rates affordable. And I have to really, as I said, thread the needle to make a policy work politically, but also just like effectively in the market. So sometimes it's hard to not be on that side of things where some people are saying, let's push, push, push. I'm like, hey, we have to be practical a bit and make things work. I think we've been really effective in California, and I think the strategy has worked, but it is sometimes hard to push back on all my, so many people that I really like that are in the industry.
Thank you so much. And Francesca, if you'd like to close us off in this area.
Yeah, sure. So I was trying to write down some thoughts on this, but as you said, no day to day is the same. I think one of the biggest things that I have to always recognize sort of in my role at Tesla is that I'm still representing a company at the end of the day, but I'm also trying to think about good policy. And so one of my favorite parts about my job is that as a company, our mission is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy, and everyone lives that. A lot of people that work there for the mission. It's an amazing group of people to work with, but we are still a company. We're a very visible public company. And so a lot of the work that we do at Tesla on the policy side is often done behind the scenes rather than being out front on an issue, depending on what that issue is. And so I spend a lot of my day collaborating with other companies, with trade organizations, or with other stakeholders to really figure out what those positions can be from a policy perspective that benefit our company at the end of the day, but also are good public policy. So that's sort of a challenge, but also an exciting one to be able to tackle, just given the resources and the opportunities that we have at Tesla. In terms of, I'm an individual contributor as well as a manager. So I spend a lot of my time trying to balance those two things. My team covers transportation electrification. We participate in any given week in like 20 different regulatory dockets across the country. But we also manage local government engagement. So we're trying to go from the state down to the local level and make sure, if one of our fast chargers is stuck in permitting, my team comes in to help fix that issue. Or if one of our other efforts isn't moving forward. So it's a lot of trying to be able to balance the different needs that the company has. There are a lot of fire drills that come up. Like I was traveling this week in Texas, then I had to write comments for Oklahoma. And then I was trying to kind of keep up with all my other work that I needed to be doing. So that's the fun of it. You kind of get to be in many different places at once, but that's also something where, policy is different. California is the bubble I've always known, and I know how to speak that language really well, but coming into the Oklahoma market, I got to talk about that in a very different way. So the same types of policies that I'm pushing in California would never see the light of day there. So how do I make an impact for the company and design good policy, knowing that the business environment is totally different? So we spend a lot of our time strategizing around that and trying to take that into consideration as we're working through the policy topics that come up. And then sort of the final thing I would say is there's a lot of writing and reading, I think, in all of these different roles in the policy world. And so it's, I think oftentimes we try to, read through the comments in a docket or try to write our own comments in a docket. And it can really, it can seem like you're just writing and reading the whole time, but it is fun to see that in the regulatory space, that's what really makes the impact, right? You're solving a case, you're providing recommendations, you're building off of other stakeholders' comments. So I sort of wonkily enjoy digging into those topics and being able to sometimes just put my head down and spend a couple of hours reading through a case and developing our position based on that, and then taking, a step back and getting back out to collaborating with folks and talking to folks. And, COVID, for better or worse, has made that easier and harder at the same time. I can now be in 10 different states in one day. which is great, but also a challenge because you do have a lot of virtual events and competing interests. So that's sort of the new world we're all trying to learn to balance on the regulatory side, I think. So.
Hey, Igor, can I say something just to tie this? I just want to respond.
Of course, yeah.
Just for, not to, I think actually the three of us, Francesca, Sarah, and I have way more in common, like in the scheme of the world, you know, the jobs that you could come in on the energy sector, we're almost the same really, but to the extent that there are differences, I just want to clarify one thing. I see, you know, my job in large part as sort of a little mini speedboat running around two big ships and clearing the way for those big ships. So in other words, sort of big companies and small, but industry moving down, how do we smooth the pathway and make it easier, smoother sailing for them? But then also people like Sarah, who are incredible assets and incredible leaders within this important regulatory agency, make that needle threading that Sarah has to do much easier. So create a bigger, you know, eye of that needle. That's my job. So I do it by getting the media, you know, informed and writing about issues that are of broad public appeal and interest to make the job of threading that needle easier, bringing the public's voice into the equation and some sunlight so that, again, that job is easier, finding coalition allies, diverse, you know, advocates and voices that join on a specific cause, and then finding our elected officials and those that are with us. So that all for the policy goal, right? That's sort of what helps us create a larger world of what is possible so that the Sarahs, the brilliant minds within our regulatory agencies can take it and run with it with really smart, well-crafted policy. So we do sometimes, you know, don't get all that we want, and we have to feel comfortable with that. This is my least favorite part of the job, but it comes with the territory. But I just wanted to clarify that of how we're kind of different, as I see it at least, and yet all on the same team.
Yeah, and I hope I was clear enough. I mean, one of my favorite things is reading all of the viewpoints of the different perspectives and trying to figure out something that works. So I cannot do my job without everyone's perspectives. Yeah. Does that make sense?
I love how you just tied this all together, how interconnected these roles really are. And this is really exciting. It's an exciting opportunity to break into any one of these or other roles. So speaking of getting into the nuts and bolts of mapping out your career trajectory, what would you say are the steps that you would recommend someone to take to prepare to enter a role like yours or a previous role that you've had? What are the most effective strategies for finding a job in this field? And any insight that you may be willing to share into the recruiting and hiring process. And for this one, why don't we start with Francesca first?
Sure, yeah. And that's always the toughest question to answer because I feel like there's a lot of things to say and not a whole lot of things at all. But one thing I would say is networking has been one of the biggest sort of opportunities for me in this space. You will find that the clean energy space is in a big kind of, there's a lot of people, but it also becomes very small, very fast. And so the more you're getting out there and networking and getting to know people, the more you kind of find that everyone has sort of been around for a while and is connected through one company or one organization, one policy, whatever it is that we've all worked on together. So I actually came out of college and couldn't find a job in the space. And so I sort of was trying to figure out what to do with myself. I really wanted to be in energy policy. And I ended up taking an internship, making probably not enough money to live on, but that was sort of my entry. And then they created a role for me because I really wanted to be there and I really was willing to learn and just, you know, put in the work to be able to be part of the organization. And so I think not everyone has the opportunity or the privilege to be able to do that. But for me, it was a great lesson learned in that, if you really want to go after something, don't just settle, be able to really take a position that challenges you and gives you opportunities, and then prove how you can, excel in that role and be willing to learn, always be open-minded about that aspect of it. So that's been something that's really helped me kind of throughout my career, I think. And the networking aspect. I've probably gotten pretty lazy about it these days. Someone asked if I still have any free time or if we all still have any free time. And I would say it's limited, but I have a 9-month-old. So I'm trying to be better about setting boundaries and doing a little bit less sometimes, but making the time to connect with people is something that I always put first, and I would recommend to anyone. I know there's a couple of folks here who are part of the USF Energy Management Systems Program, and you all have wonderful opportunities from a networking perspective. So take advantage of those, reach out to, the people on the board. I happen to be on the board, so connect with any leaders in the space. And I think you'll learn quickly, people are very willing to take a coffee chat or provide you 15 minutes of their time if you have a very clear ask of what you'd be interested in learning from them. So when you do reach out, be pretty clear in kind of what you're looking for. And I think you'll notice that in the space, people are very happy to help you.
Great, thank you so much. And let's go to Bernadette next.
I really have very little to add to that, Francesca. That was exactly, get in the experience, just get experience, get your feet wet, actually lower your standards of like kind of to the point that I had the exact same experience, just had to get into the world, whatever it paid, it didn't really matter. It was experience, because the experience gives you obviously the on the ground, hands-on, day-to-day experience, which you cannot replicate on a webinar or in a classroom. You just can't. It's, right? So you just get that experience wherever you can. The skills will be transferable, and generally speaking, the bulk of what you're going to be learning will apply wherever you end up. And then just through, I think, that experience, also you have a more organic way to network. The community is incredibly small, and so that would be my recommendation. I think things like this are also terrific, and I echo. That's why I'm here on a Saturday morning, because I really believe in it, and it's super important that we continue to network with each other. But get out there in the real world and take whatever you can to get your feet wet and get direct, hands-on, relevant experience.
Thank you. And Sarah, anything to add?
I agree with what everyone said. And, coming into the PUC, you can come with different backgrounds. You can come from public policy, economics, physics, you can be a lawyer. So really the type of education you have can be varied, but you do need to show that experience or passion for energy or environmental regulation, policy, finance, whatever perspective it is. So internships, key. If anyone is interested in applying to the PUC, we have a unique application process. So I'd be happy to answer questions about that offline.
Thank you. And just to mention, we do have a career section of our website on the our YPE San Francisco Bay Area website. And if Melina or Govinda or Pat could just drop the link to that. I have sometimes seen postings from both Tesla and CPUC there, as well as many other roles in this and other spaces. There it is. Thanks, Melina. So it's a great place to start exploring as well. Well, we are at the lightning round now. And while we're doing the lightning round, I want to encourage everyone in the audience to please jump in and participate. Feel free to ask any questions of these brilliant panelists. You can just drop your questions in the chat and we will get to them right after this lightning round, and we'll get to as many as we can. So with that, first question in the lightning round is, what are some good resources to learn more about this flow? And let's start with Sarah.
although the CPUC's website is not perfection, you can still learn about our programs from our website and then talking to people as well.
Great. Bernadette?
Well, I'm going to answer it from a broad advocacy perspective. So, I came into the world, this world through programs like Green Corps, through the Public Interest Network, which has expansive advocacy jobs throughout the country on public interest issues, including energy. So I would recommend checking those resources out and just looking through, all of the different, internship opportunities with nonprofit advocacy organizations, if you're interested in the type of work that I've talked about that I do.
Thank you. And Francesca?
Yeah, more on the kind of technical side, anything the Regulatory Assistance Project puts out there, if you want to get like a baseline understanding for a bunch of different energy policy related topics, how the grid works, that type of stuff, I think is really valuable, just sort of to kind of create your or grow your own knowledge base. And then honestly, reading any of the trades that are put out, like Utility Dive or, I think Canary or whatever the new green tech media version is called, all those little publications, just to kind of pulse for the types of issues that we deal with and that's out there. A lot of that stuff's posted on LinkedIn as well. But certainly that will give you just this idea of like, here's what you can look at for the federal level, the state level, the local level. There's so many different areas that you could touch on. I think that's one other thing just to keep in mind. We're talking a lot about the state level, which is on the regulatory kind of side and perspective, but there's obviously also opportunities at the local level, especially in the Bay Area. There is a lot of great policy being made from some of the cities and the community choice aggregators, other groups. So I think I'd encourage folks to check that out as well.
Some great pieces of advice, and I'm glad we are recording this. All right, the next part of the lightning round, because it's electric. What is one piece of advice that you would give to someone considering this function, or maybe one piece of advice that you've gotten along the way that has served you really well in your career progression? And for this one, let's start with Francesca.
Okay, one piece of advice. So I give my team this advice, and it might be a bit of an odd piece of advice, but one of the things that I think in the policy space you have to keep in mind is to always be honest in the way you're portraying things from a policy perspective. So I think being from a company perspective, you have sort of company interests, right, that you want to represent, but you need to be honest about that and upfront so that other stakeholders kind of trust you when you come to the table. And so that's something that in this role, I think is really important, just being honest and upfront in terms of what you're representing, what you're looking to get out of it, whether that's, trying to build some sort of regulatory case or in some other matter. And I think that's something that someone once told me when I first got into the policy space and in working with others in this space. So it's a little bit of a different piece of advice, but it's something that served me well.
Awesome. Let's go with Bernadette next.
Two pieces of advice. One is pay attention to who you're going to be working for. Do they have a good track record of building a team around them? Do they seem like somebody you can work with? And then also, are they committed to teaching you along the way? That's just really critical, especially if you're just starting out. I forgot my other piece of it. Oh, this one's obvious. Just work really hard. Understand that when you're in Francesca's place in life and you have a 9-month-old baby, you can then create boundaries on your time limits. But until then, just work really, really hard, and that will pay off and you'll make more change. But in you're first starting out, you're not a very efficient worker typically. I hate to say that, but like half of what you're doing is learning. And so your product is not as great as when you've got 15 years of experience, right? So just embrace hard work. I probably don't need to say that with this group, but I know that's not a very popular thing to say, but do good work, do hard work, and you'll be able to relax a little bit more because you'll be more efficient at what you do in the later years when you have a family.
It's great advice. Thank you. Sarah.
I would say when you're new to a role, ask questions. You're most successful when you learn and you keep learning. And I'm a manager. I've managed dozens of people, and the people who come to me with honest questions about like, I just don't get it, or what's this, they have a whole list of things that they've heard throughout the week. It makes me know that they care, that they're interested, that they're learning, and that they're going to grow. So ask questions. Don't try to figure out everything by yourself. Utilize your team, utilize your network, do your research, utilize your manager, and just ask as many questions so that you can learn. That's what I've seen for people who are the most successful in my role. And then also just general advice. A lot of people ask me, where should I come in? Should I work for government? Should I work for industry? What's my role? And for me, and maybe that's reflective of the position that I took, but really pick the thing that's the most interesting to you. You're doing it every day. You're doing it a lot of hours. I work with people who just love what they do. And if you love what you do, you're going to be happy. Don't pick the job for a different reason. The people you work with, and if it makes you want to get out of bed every day, do that job.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that actually reminds me of a piece of advice that a former boss once gave me, that you never want to work in a job where you have more than 5 consecutive bad days where you don't just want to come to work. Like, we're all going to have our better days and our worst days. But if you are not highly excited and motivated to jump out of bed and in the Zoom world, maybe migrate to wherever your screen might be and get started because it is another day, then it might not be the best fit for you. Actually, I'm going to go back to what and change up what I said before. So I think I said use the chat for questions. We actually want to make this really interactive. That's what you're really here for. Many of you are in a transitional stage in your career trajectory. And we wanted to encourage you to raise your Zoom hand and if you have any questions, and we will get to as many as we can. And the first question will go to Melina.
I'm just really curious. I guess you're, height of your careers. I guess I'm also at a stage where I'm kind of thinking about what's next. So I guess I'd love to learn, like, what's the biggest risk that you've taken in your career, and maybe what were the thoughts that went behind it, and how did it help advance like where you are in your career?
Feel free to, whoever wants to take this.
I'll just jump in. I think the biggest risk, I sort of already alluded to it perhaps, but jumping from kind of a traditional nonprofit environmental advocacy path to industry and representing industry and businesses, it is different. And I've learned tons that I did not previously know about what it really takes to run a business and what businesses really need, and the importance of listening to that on the ground experience, because we need businesses to be successful. So I think it was, but it took, actually, they started recruiting me 2 years before I took the position. And I kept just, it just took me a while for it to sink in. But once it sank in, I just felt right. I'm very much go from the gut. And I love what Sarah said also about, that advice of just go with what feels right to you, what gets you excited. So it took me a little bit to get my head wrapped around it because it was such a big change for me, but pretty risky. But I went with my gut. So that's the best thing I can say.
Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't taken very many risks in my career. I've been at the BDC for 15 years, but I've had 4 different jobs. And after I I worked on utility scale renewable policy for a long time, and I was an expert in it. And I think the first risk I took was jumping to a manager role on a topic that I was not an expert in. At the time, I was working for a commissioner. He's brilliant. I don't know if you guys all know Mark Farron, but he really encouraged me to take a role where I wasn't an expert and could utilize other skills like decision making under uncertainty, and it worked out.
That's also an awesome answer. And Francesca, if you'd like to add anything.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if this is well, it is a risk I've taken. Since I was part of the acquisition from Solar City to Tesla, there's a lot of ups and downs, and being part of an acquisition, if you've ever been part of it, I think is exciting, but also can be challenging. And so just kind of knowing I love the team and the mission, what we're working for, being able to kind of weather through a lot of the uncertainty that came with it was for me a big risk. I think I could have taken a step back and said I'd rather like to be somewhere that's more stable at that point in time, but I really wanted to kind of see it through. And now I'm happy to be in a totally different role and still with the company. And it's just been really exciting to kind of go through all the ups and downs. So it's been a long journey, but I'm happy I'm still here.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And again, for the audience, I know you all have questions that you have a burning desire to ask. So please ask any questions. When is there going to be another time that you have such a high caliber set of speakers all here to give you any advice in your own career trajectory? So please raise your Zoom hand if you have a question. Thank you. Brandon, go ahead.
First off, thank you all for taking your time today and all the helpful advice you provided. And perspectives. I was just curious, what do you see coming down the line as far as regulations? Like, what are you all gearing up to handle as the next challenge?
Ooh, juicy.
I went first last time. Come on, ladies.
Do you want me to go?
Sure.
So, sure. So I worked on utility scale renewables, behind the meter renewables, and I switched to transportation electrification a couple of years ago because, in my opinion, that's where the really interesting groundbreaking policy is. So right now, we're really at the beginning still of transportation electrification policy. And so that's why I still think this is the most interesting role for me, trying to figure out what the right strategies are, where to put charging, and how to spend money on, what's the strategic way to spend utility money, repair money to get charging out there. So although I've been working on this for a couple of years, I still think it's the most exciting place to be.
Yeah, building off of what Sarah said, I think also with a lot of the discussion at the federal level around the infrastructure package and what might be coming out of that, there certainly will be sort of dollar incentive amounts potentially, but also maybe some regulation, right? Or things at more of a national level. And so I think there's a lot of excitement kind of happening at the federal level. And I think we're all gearing up to see what that means as it kind of trickles down to the state level as well, and what those opportunities or challenges will be. And then, I'm excited to see there's a lot of automakers who've announced electric vehicles for 2022, 2023, and I'm really excited to see what that does to the market and the opportunity. Tesla, I think we pride ourselves, obviously we're an EV manufacturer, but it'd be great to see a lot of other vehicles out there. And I'm excited what that means, what we get to do on the policy space once that happens.
Race to the top. You go, Tesla. Well, we have a very, very important near-term policy sort of initiative or priority right now, which is managing the outcome of the net metering 3.0 decision at the PUC. Hugely consequential, will really drive the state of distributed generation in California for the decade to come. But broadly speaking, our kind of priorities 1, 2, and 3 are how do we grow energy storage while at the same time maintaining growth in the solar side of it. So we need actually 1 million at least solar charged batteries. Those batteries need to be ideally charged by the sun locally, but we need to build that market. One of my favorite facts right now, we're about to put a press release out and a white paper on this, so don't leak it, is that the biggest battery in the world right now, the largest battery in the world, is a distributed battery in people's garages all across the state of California. And that fact, and the fact that we are not really quite, A, we're not growing that market as fast as we should be, and then B, we're not tying those batteries together in a virtual power plant way to really shut down dirty gas plants and move California to that clean energy future that we all know is possible, is really the biggest policy hurdle. We have not yet cracked that code in the state of California. And if we haven't cracked it, that means nobody has cracked it. So we got to get past this net metering kind of hurdle, hopefully get a good solid policy that allows us to bring energy storage to market. Takes time to make that happen. It took us 10 years to bring the photovoltaic side to the market. And we're going to need some time to make that happen in California as well. And it's all about storage, but it's solar charge storage.
And I'll add one thing. Bernadette is also leading a large effort on helping bring instantaneous online permitting to the solar space, which part of my team works on as well. And I think oftentimes those are the types of things that people just forget about. And your team, Bernadette and Igor, you're part of this too. You guys are doing an incredible job trying to put visibility on that effort. And I think it's being recognized even at the federal level with the Department of Energy. So I think, those are the types of policies they don't get. They're not the sexy policies that get the attention, but they're the ones that are really, really impactful and growing or continuing to grow the solar business.
Happy to talk about solar apps all day long. That is in my portfolio, and Tesla has been an amazing partner in making sure this gets infiltrated into every nook and cranny of California. I believe that there is a question from my good friend Parker, or maybe two. So I'm going.
I have so many, Igor. Thank you. Again, to the panelists, thank you for being here. It's a lovely conversation and learning a lot. So I'd love, Bernadette, and I just would love to hear everyone's thought on the panel, but I'd want to hear more about your thoughts about the policy hurdles you see in storage. Specifically, I guess, in industrial. I know there's definitely, I'm really excited to see the DER space with sort of residential batteries, but it seems like that this market is just taking off. At least from my end in the engineering world, where we're scrambling to build these large batteries. But I'd love to understand from a policy perspective, it seems like California is a leader here, but I wonder if you see any specific policy hurdles for California, and then also what other states, if the other panelists have thoughts there on what hurdles we see there.
And when you say industrial, do you mean commercial and large behind the meter, or do you mean utility scale?
Utility scale.
Oh, honestly, CALSA is exclusively focused on the behind the meter. And so that services everybody from military installations and large farms all the way down to homes. So our market is incredibly diverse. And when I say we have the biggest battery in the world, that is, large part on commercial and industrial as well as residential. But I honestly, I would speak broadly to, I think this is something that there's several utility scale clean energy associations, solar and storage clean energy associations in California that when we do work together and we have agreement, it is on really one thing. And that is California has done a lot to put forward big goals over the past 5 years roughly, but we have not really put in place the policies, the near-term policies to get us to those goals. So we have all these ambitious ideas that are about 2030, 2040, 2045, and we don't have any near-term. The RPS is one exception, but even the RPS is keyed not quite to the timeline that is dictated by science of how fast we're supposed to be moving. So that is kind of a complaint and a hurdle that all of us feel in the clean energy world, whether it's distributed or utility scale, is that we don't have near term, which is why I was so excited when the Biden administration put out their solar blueprint a few weeks ago. If you haven't read that, I highly recommend it. It's great in terms of, they don't get into policy details, but what they do is, unlike any other piece I have seen personally, they basically call for near-term progress. They specifically say we need to double the annual installations of solar, both distributed and utility scale, double it annually starting 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, and then we have to double it again to 2030. And that's how, working backwards from the 2045 timeline, which we all know is too long of a timeline to solve climate change, or to stave off the worst impacts at least, that's what we need. And so then you kind of go, oh, all right, now every policy decision that is made today, whether it is about the city of San Jose and how their permitting is, which Igor and I have been emailing about this morning, or it's about net metering or the ITC being passed in Congress, it is now more relevant right now. And that is the case, I think, across the board first. And then storage is no different than solar, right? It's another emerging technology needed to stitch together a 100% clean energy economy. And it's going to have the same type of hurdles and issues. So that's the best I can give you.
Great. Anyone else? Anything to add? I now better understand. There was a speech I was working on a couple months ago, and Bernadette looked at it and said, "You need to insert this line. The biggest battery is actually in your garage." And now I finally understand what this means. So thank you.
Yeah, I love that. Bernadette, thanks for that response. I mean, because I think you just answered something that's kind of a friction that I've seen, is like we have all of these ambitious goals, and you know, these near-term milestones. Like, it's great to have these ambitious goals, but these near-term milestones are really important. So I'm excited to look at that blueprint.
Awesome. And I dropped a link to the NY Times article that I think links to the blueprint in the chat. I briefly saw, yep, I see it again. Pat, go ahead.
Hi, thank you everyone for joining. This was a great panel, and you know, coming from more of the finance world, I had a question that I think kind of translates across disciplines here. I know, Bernadette, you talked about the importance of finding a great mentor, and Igor has talked about you and how amazing you have been as a mentor and as a boss. And so I'm wondering, for the audience, how do you go about finding a great boss, a great person to work for, someone who's going to really not only kind of take be a great boss, but also be someone who cares about your learning beyond just the job?
Well, Igor started working for me in April, so he's still in the honeymoon phase. Let's ask him in a year how much he likes me now. Igor's so sweet. I would say it's a really hard question. I would say two things. One is, go with your gut. Like, you should interview them as much as they interview you, right? And if you get out there enough and get enough experience, you won't have to pick and choose and decide, you know, make that kind of Sophie's choice of deciding to work for somebody you don't get a good feel for, but you kind of justify it in your head that, like, this is good for my career. And I just love that advice that, you know, Sarah gave. It's like, don't do something that doesn't feel right to you. Listen to your gut. I know that's kind of a smushy thing, but that's my experience. And then again, I would analyze the organization or the agency or the business or whatever it is, analyze them for their track record. Do they have staff that have worked for them for 5 years or longer? Do they retain people? Are they building slowly, not ballooning out overnight because they landed some big giant grant or whatever? And that you're not going to have a very good experience, I think, if you have somebody who's suddenly overseeing 20 people or whatever overnight. So just analyze the institution or the organization or the business that you're looking at, and look for those things about building long-term quality and success of retaining and building a team over time. And then your gut. That would be my advice.
I think that's right about interviewing the person that you're going to be working for. I mean, I always tell people who are considering a job with me to talk to other people on my team, my staff, talk to my staff, because some people really like my management style. Some people will probably benefit from somebody else's management style better. So, everyone's the perfect boss to one person isn't going to be the perfect boss to another. So, yeah, talk to other people who've worked for them and see if the qualities that they say that make them great are the ones that will inspire you or teach you.
I just want to say I totally agree with that. And any boss that doesn't want you doing that probably has something to hide. I mean, there are people who have worked with me that didn't like working with me, and I would have nothing to hide. It's like, I think we have different styles, as Sarah mentioned, but you need to do that interview process, and you should just be very upfront about that and aggressive, not overly aggressive, but aggressive about interviewing other people, both current employees and even previous.
Also, sometimes it's luck. Like, I came into the PUC and just happened to have like the most amazing boss, Paul Douglas. Learned so much from him. So sometimes it is luck.
Yeah, and I'd echo that too. And one thing, also be introspective and think about what management style you need, right? Like, I think I learned that over having different bosses where maybe our styles just didn't match. I don't do well with micromanagement, surprise, surprise. So, but that's one of the things that now I look out for, right? Is like how much, how they manage their team, and how does that affect how I like to be managed and how well we'd work together, and what other complementary kind of traits do they have that could help me grow in the role. And to Bernadette's earlier point, will they mentor you really, and will they take on sort of not only the management aspect, but also advocating for you. I've had great bosses who advocate for me. I wouldn't have a team of people if they weren't advocating for me to have that team, right? So find someone that will advocate for you because they care about your personal development.
Awesome.
Oh, that's great. I appreciate that.
Ooh, Parker coming in with another question.
I have so many, Igor. So unless other people are going to raise their hands, I'm going to keep raising my hand. But I think just to kind of tailor off what Pat was saying, I think having a great leader and having a great manager is definitely an important place. But being in the clean energy sector, I think everyone is very passionate about the work that we do. We come into our jobs, it's very tied to our identity. And I'd be curious for you all how you've navigated that and maintained work-life balance or an identity outside of work, and avoided burnout. I mean, Francesca, I don't know how you've been at Tesla this long. I've been at Tesla for 4 years, and it's like week by week, I'm constantly burned out. So how can you talk a little bit about how you maintain this work identity and still being passionate about having a positive impact in the world and pushing the needle towards clean energy, but still able to not have a sustainable career?
Just also as a disclaimer, this recording is not going to be sent to Elon Musk. Francesca.
Thanks, Eve. I appreciate that.
No, I mean, it is tough, right? I won't lie. Like it's challenging to keep that balance, especially because you're, I think, oftentimes dealing with fire drill, or we're literally given new direction on an earnings call that we find out about on something. But I think two things that have helped me, and this is something that is why I'm still at Tesla after 6.5 years, is one is my role has changed. I haven't done the same thing the entire time. And so, I think if I would have worked on one thing, I probably would have gotten burnt out. So that's one key thing, sort of continuing to evolve in the role and learn. And that's the other part of it is I'm still learning. I still really like what I do because I learn every single day, not just from the policies I work on, but for my peers too. It's really great to now have people that I manage who teach me because they're all wonderful in their own right and are doing stuff that, I maybe don't know how to do. And then having the opportunity to give some of that responsibility to those people and letting go a little bit. I think that's probably the hardest part. I love all the different topics, but I've had to let go a little bit and basically know that my team's got it covered and I can focus on some higher level stuff. And then, I think I have weird personal boundaries. Like I have 2 phones, which is a very random thing, but on Saturdays, and I'm not very good about this anymore, but I used to be, I put my work phone in a drawer unless I knew there's a deadline, and I try to get outside. I now live in Colorado. people here don't take themselves too seriously and get out and hike and spend time outdoors. So I try to have one day a week where I sort of just do my own thing and get outside. And that's something where I know I need that. And then, you know, Monday I can jump back in and obviously there are going to be long nights and sometimes weekends you do stuff, but I think you have to kind of recognize before you get burnt out that you're on that path and take a step back and see what you need to do to be able to still continue on, or maybe it's time to go somewhere else, right? I think sometimes a job isn't forever and it's just a small part of what you're going to be doing. So love it and then know when to move on.
Thank you.
That last point, I just want to echo. To me, burnout comes when I'm not successful. So if I'm spinning my wheels, and which sometimes comes from the need to move on, right? Because you're not that interested anymore, that just things have changed within an organization or a place that doesn't work anymore, and you just aren't quite cognizant of it, but you're not that happy. And so change, be willing to change when it's not feeling right. But for me, burnout does not come from working too hard. Burnout comes from not being successful. When I'm successful, it doesn't matter how late I worked or whatever. I'm so jazzed by the success, you know, and then just work hard, play hard, right? So while you're working, work really hard. Don't create false boundaries that don't really, like 9 to 5, like what is, I mean, Igor knows, like when you need to take a break or whatever, you take a break. It doesn't matter the 9 to 5 structure. We're mission driven. And so, you know, when I have people on my team that have something going on in their lives that they need really maximum flexibility, say it's a healthcare issue or what have you, we offer, I mean, that flexibility is a necessity to this work. And it's a rare privilege to be able to provide that. You know, we're not assembly line workers, right? So we just have that, you play hard and you work hard, take those breaks, like Francesca says, structure them into your life. But other than that, just analyze whether you're being successful, because that's really where burnout comes. And if you're not, why is that? Would be my advice.
Thanks, I'm going to take that advice.
Yeah, Sarah, would you like to add anything?
It would just be a variation of what everyone has said, you know. If something isn't working, figure out you know, delegation or pushing back. And, you know, I really like working for the PUC because people do respect work-life balance. We work really hard when we're there, but it is generally a 9 to 5 with occasional evenings, but it's generally really supported if you want to get a vacation in, especially now. Everyone's really encouraging people to draw down vacation because no one's used it in 2 years. So you always need a break, and Francesca said, move on, you know, if it's been a few years and you're not feeling it anymore. So I agree with that everyone said.
Yeah. And Sarah, I hear you having worked in a regulatory governmental agency before coming to CALSA. Like, what does vacation even mean in a pandemic? So when it came time to leave and just like figuring out, I accumulated all these days to cash out. It's like, no, this is all great advice, and I so appreciate all three of you being on this panel and being willing to share with the rest of us your keys to success, and maybe just quick final lightning round for each of you in 30 seconds. Is there anything else that you would like to add in terms of advice that you would give to someone either in grad school right now, trying to figure out what's next, or a transitional candidate like I was earlier this year, figuring out how to get into this space? And maybe let's start with whoever wants to start us off.
Energy is all about policy. That's what's really driving our transition. So that's why you guys are on this panel, but I just want to reinforce that. And, you know, the stories that the marketers tell consumers that drive consumers toward what, the future we want, that's largely driven by incentives, and incentives can be created by government policies. So thank you for joining this panel as opposed to others, because I think it is the key and the ticket to our success going forward. And then just to kind of state the obvious perhaps, but on the energy world, decisions are balkanized down to the state and local level. Francesca talked about this and touched upon it rather, but I just want to emphasize that the key really, the things that move the needle the furthest are the things being decided down at the local level. So that's state and sub-state.
I think one skill that's really important for all of our jobs is communication. If writing or public speaking is hard for you, work on it. You have to be able to effectively articulate your policy arguments, whether you're advocating in front of the PUC or whether you're writing recommendations to decision makers when you're in the PUC. So I do a lot of briefings. I do a lot of written documents. Communication is really key. And it's not just about the work, it's also communication and relationships within your work. Maintaining them. Sometimes you're going to be on the same side as people, sometimes you're not, but always working in faith, being honest, like Francesca said, and doing a good job. Maintaining those relationships and good communication is important across the board.
Echo both of those points. And the only other thing I would add is, look out for groups like YPE, join some leadership positions, even on a volunteer basis, if you have the opportunity to do so. And mainly that's because you can network, but also you can learn. You guys are incredible resources to yourselves in this kind of YPE community and the USF community. And so, you have colleagues to kind of bounce ideas off of each other that are outside of your workspace. And so, if you're looking for a new career opportunity and you're not quite sure, talk to someone that you're, on the YP board with, or that you're in the USF program with, because they may be going through something similar and they can give you sort of that different outside perspective. And at the same time can kind of help you meet some other people, make connections for you. So take advantage of that.
Thank you. And that's a great way to end this panel. Thank you so much to all of our speakers this morning. We are going to take a quick break. We will be back at 10:35 for the panel on project and corporate finance, which I also had an opportunity to connect with some of the speakers on that panel, and it's going to be really awesome. Please come back. And to Francesca's point, please embrace this free opportunity to connect with so many leaders in the clean energy space, because when is another time when you will have an opportunity to talk to so many folks? For the panelists, if you would feel comfortable providing your contact info in the chat, I'm sure you may have some other questions as well from folks. And thank you so much again for your time. And we will now go on break.
Thank you. Thanks, YPE. Have a good Saturday.
Thanks. Nice to see you, Sarah and Bernadette, and
Thanks.
everyone else.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
All right, I think we're going to leave the Zoom open here. Give everyone a few minutes to grab something to eat, get another coffee, and we'll get started here in just a few minutes with our finance panel. All right, I think I see Ruben, Sarah, and Marissa. Awesome. I think we're ready to get started. Melina or Govinda, anything before we jump in?
No, I'm just gonna add the spotlights right now.
Awesome. All right. I think we're ready to get started. Thank you, everyone, for joining our panel here today. We have an awesome panel, and I'm very excited for our conversation. Can I get some raised hands or some emojis for who else is super excited to hear more about clean energy finance? Yes, there we go.
I love people rallying on Saturday morning for energy finance. This is incredible. What a turnout team. Thank you.
You have to be a true energy nerd, for Saturday morning.
I agree. I agree. It's true dedication.
Which is awesome. I am absolutely here for it. All right, so I think we can go ahead and get started with some intros. The plan is similar to the previous panel to have a quick round of intros. Then I'll have a few questions for our panelists, recommendations for job seekers, how these panels got into clean energy finance. And then we'll round out with some Q&A for all of you. I will start the quick intros, but I'll keep it quick because I know you're not here to listen to me. I am Pat Dowling. I'm an MBA 1 at Stanford Graduate School of Business. Previously worked for 38 Degrees North, which is a clean energy infrastructure investor, doing similar work to what a lot of our panelists are doing now. I'll share my LinkedIn again for those who want to connect. Also encourage everyone to introduce yourself for anyone new who's able to join. And then also ask if you have questions. I think, Govinda, you're checking the chat as we go for any questions that come up. So we'll save those for the end. But with that, I think I'll hand it off to Marissa if you want to go ahead and give an intro, what you work on day to day. Yeah, I'll hand it off to you.
Sure. Thanks, Pat. Hey, everyone. I'm Marissa Sweeney. I am currently, for my day job, I work as a director on the investment team at Generate Capital, which is an operating and financing company that supports a whole myriad of sustainable infrastructure projects, companies, investments, et cetera. I tend to focus more on our waste and wastewater space. I've worked for about 5 years, and I originally started doing distributed generation solar projects, so kind of levered solar tax equity projects, and then gradually have transitioned my career to focus on other areas of sustainable infrastructure. And then separately, I'm also the co-president of Young Professionals in Energy. So just quick plug, huge shout out to Pat and Govinda and Melina and the team for putting together a fabulous event. There's really a lot of hard work behind this, so you guys are doing a great job. Should I pass it to Sarah?
Thank you. I was going to say hand it off
awesome.
to Sarah. Want to give us a quick intro, your current role and some responsibilities day to day.
Sounds good. My name is Sarah Nash. I'm a director at Marathon Capital. Marathon is an independent investment banking boutique that focuses exclusively on renewable energy, clean technology, sustainable infrastructure. I've been with the firm about 7 years now, started off in our Chicago office for the first 5 years, and then the last 2 years have been based over on the West Coast out here in San Francisco. And over that time, I think I've seen just about everything that you'd put into that bucket of renewables, clean tech, and sustainable infrastructure. Originally was focusing a bit more, I would say, in terms of M&A, both at the project level as well as at the platform level. And now, especially because of the physical geographic location I'm in, have been focusing quite a bit more in terms of capital raises and really helping facilitate some of the smaller companies that are really looking to grow in the space.
Awesome. Thanks, Sarah. And then Ruben, I'll hand it over to you.
See if I can get off mute. Hi, everyone. My name is Ruben Johnson, and my preferred pronouns are he, him. I currently work at Brightmark as a director of structured finance. I've been with the company for just over 4.5 years, so pretty close to when the company was founded back in August of 2016. So when I started, we were 15 people, and now we've grown to over 128. So quite a lot of growth in those years. So I'm not sure how many people know about our company, but a little background, we are a soup to nuts development shop with numerous in-house capabilities, including origination, development, engineering, finance, accounting, legal, and asset management. So our mission is to create significant long-term value and a positive global impact by delivering waste and energy solutions with an eye to build, own, and operate assets. So our solutions are currently focused on plastics renewal, which is post-consumer plastic, turning that from sort of waste into fuel, and renewable natural gas, or RNG, and that's turning organic waste to fuel. So I've worked on a lot of different projects while I've been with the company, but a majority of my efforts have been focused on the RNG side of the business. So a few of those responsibilities include preparing economic and risk analysis for our RNG projects, whether that's for our executive team or our investors, including Chevron, who's our joint venture partner, assessing and ultimately raising external financing to help grow our business. Shout out to Sarah Nash and the Marathon Capital team for their continued support. And, I guess a lot of other things related to startups, which are developing internal processes to collect and consolidate assumptions into usable data for our analysis, and sort of a lot of iterating in that sense. Much more, but I want to make sure we have enough time for other things. Thanks all for having me here, by the way.
Of course, we're excited to have you. And I love always prepping the brand right there in the background. Perfect kind of background for this setting. I love it. Great. So that was, just kind of quick intros, but it'd be great to hear more. Ruben, you started talking a little bit about this, but a little bit more about what does the day-to-day kind of look like? Are you in meetings all the time? How much time now do you spend in models? What are you doing day-to-day? And Ruben, I'll throw it back to you because you started talking a little bit about your kind of day-to-day.
Sure. So I would say the beginning of the week tends to be very meeting heavy, which, is a lot of sort of getting organized for the week and understanding sort of what the main priorities are. And there's, a lot of still model making and sort of constructing those and understanding, like providing a holistic and detailed view into sort of the short, medium, long terms of our projects. And so really from a development shop, we have to do a lot to understand and sort of testing assumptions, understanding project risks, and making sure that we're providing that feedback for our folks internally to make sure that we're all sort of rowing our oars in the same direction. Because, development capital is really important to make sure that it's going in the right direction. And so working with origination and development on testing those assumptions, we are collaborating with legal and keeping them in the loop, making sure that we're not doing anything we shouldn't be, and particularly keeping folks, in the loop on what we need in order to make sure that we can get them their information. Oftentimes, folks are running on a lot of different things and we have to sort of organize them. So one thing that is particularly important for project finance is to have a sort of tie into all the different things going on in order to collaborate effectively and make sure that when things are going to the investment committee or going externally, that we have a good sense of sort of an idea of the risks and sort of the economic analysis required to do that.
Awesome. Sarah, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of investment banking, it's kind of a combination of left brain, right brain, a bunch of like very, very high level questions and figuring out strategic answers to various different problems. And then on the flip side, you're working in a model and getting very detailed and trying to make sure that you're ticking and tying that everything is kind of oriented the way that you need it to be in order for the economics to work out. And so one of the things that I think is really kind of crucial in terms of this type of work is just that ability to be able to swap between various different activities pretty quickly. At some points you're going to be having those like really big conversations, and the next moment you're trying to finish up, a presentation that you're going to be, handing over to somebody else in the next, half hour. So it's really having that kind of like mental flexibility. But it's a combination of that kind of full spectrum of skill sets over the course of the entire week. And so you'll have moments where you're having a conversation, you'll have the next moment where you're working on a model, you'll have the next moment where you're sitting there and trying to strategize. How are we going to make sure that we're doing this process the way that we need to effectively, and making sure that you have the timelines all sorted out. And so it's both a combination of doing things on an individual basis, as well as being very accountable to your team, which can be anywhere from a very small team to being both accountable to the people that you're working as a client for. And so it's really kind of a hodgepodge of quite a wide range of different skills over a very short period of time. And the one piece that I would say is that as you first start off, you tend to be much more in the weeds. And the further up that you go in your career, the more space there is between you and the actual getting work done, and more the providing of context, the providing a strategy, making sure that everybody's handling things the way that you need to. So kind of keeping the train on the track, more so than actually in the nitty gritty details. So that's a little bit of a shift over the course of your time in the profession.
Yeah, and I saw Marissa, you shaking your head. I've spent a lot of time in models, but it's good to hear that you get out of them eventually.
One day, maybe, but don't get too far out of them. You'll lose your credibility.
Yep.
I would just say, so a couple of things, like whenever I'm on these career panels, I'm always conscious that sometimes, especially on the topic of finance, it can get jargony and complicated really quickly. So if folks in the chat just want to make it interactive, if I use a term or acronym or whatever, and you're just like, wait, I don't know what that is, have no fear of asking. Just feel free to throw it in the chat so I can take a pause and explain it. I think that Ruben and Sarah did a really great job of kind of like outlining, like, this is what the day to day looks like in a typical finance job. And whether you're on like the buy side in terms of like being an investor in projects, or like the sell side, which is kind of where I think about Marathon is sitting, is in terms of banking and running transactions, at the end of the day, it's a transaction-oriented job. However, I would say working at a company like Generate, where we're managing investor money and looking to deploy it into projects, there's also like back-end components, in the sense that when you invest in a project and acquire something, you'll ultimately have to deal with integrating it into the broader portfolio. So I tend to think of my responsibilities on the investment team as falling most heavily. Most of my time is spent on deal origination. So that's finding deals in the sectors that we want to invest in, and deal underwriting and execution. So that's once we found an opportunity that we want to invest in, we spend time with the counterparty looking to structure within like kind of the guidelines of our investment mandate. And the investment mandate of a company like Generate versus potentially like a larger utility buyer for a solar project versus a larger infrastructure fund can vary. But the general process from the investment professional seat is kind of the same across organizations. You have a sense of what your guardrails are for what would make a good deal for your firm. And then you look to kind of work with a counterparty to structure a potential solution. In some cases, I'm working on things like what we call banker-led processes. So a bank like Marathon will work with a developer of projects that might be a Brightmark, or it might be another project developer if they're wanting to sell the project. And they'll say, hey, we have this project. Do you want to buy it? What would you bid for it? And then my job on the Generate side is to take that process letter, understand what the deadlines are, look to structure a solution, and then work to align stakeholders internally to make sure that what we're putting together as the investment team, as the deal team, aligns with what Generate's broader strategy is. So I often think about my week as being structured in terms of kind of internal and external, and like early stage, late stage, and like portfolio management. So I consider early stage anything like we haven't bid on it yet, or we're talking with a company that appears to be doing things in the space that might have deals for Generate. Like that's kind of early stage origination. Then there's like deal execution, meaning we have a signed term sheet and we actually have a formal proposal, and we're looking to move that through the overall process to closing, to actually making an investment. And then kind of ongoing portfolio management. So deals that I've already invested in, and I've been at Generate for 5 years. So at this point, like the number grows where you're helping to support our asset management team in understanding, frankly, how to ensure that our assets are performing, how to deal with any counterparty issues that might arise, et cetera. So it's a job I love because it's super dynamic, but it also allows for a lot of opportunities, one, to like learn more about the space. Like we're always on the cutting edge of waste or wastewater or sustainable infrastructure more broadly, but also kind of like use those robust analytical skill sets. And as Sarah mentioned, as you start your career, you're really deep in the weeds. You're often responsible for the model. You're responsible for the diligence work streams that you've been assigned. But as you kind of move through your career, you get more you get kind of like a higher level bird's eye view where you're more managing processes, you're quarterbacking execution, and then like at the most senior level, you're kind of setting strategy and trying to understand what like a good portfolio composition would look like in any given space. So that's kind of like my best crack at a summary without trying to build on a little bit more of what Sarah and Ruben said, which I think is actually great, like a wonderful description of what a typical week looks like.
Great. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to hear kind of how from like the developer side to the advisory all the way to kind of the buy side, what those different roles look like and how you all interact with each other. I want to take a step back maybe a little bit and talk about how you got into this space, what your kind of trajectory has been within the space, and really what drew you. And Sarah, I will start with you if that's all right.
Yeah. So I probably have one of the more unusual paths into it. I was liberal arts in terms of my background. I did not think I was going to go into finance. At that point in my life, I thought that policy was really the direction that I was kind of going to be heading in. And I've always been really interested in environmental issues. And so the thought was that, someday I'm going to go work for the UN and, suddenly there'll be happy unicorns and rainbows and everything's going to go well in terms of humanity's interaction with the environment. I finished up undergrad, went and did my first internship, which was a policy formulation role over in Thailand. Got over there, decided pretty quickly, this is incredibly important work. Somebody absolutely needs to be doing it. And I am so not that person. This does not fit my personality at all. And so I came back and started working for Prudential Financial in Chicago with their international private debt placements team. And the rationale there was, even though I didn't have a finance background, since we were doing the international segment of the portfolio, the fact that I had international economics, political science, and geography as part of my background kind of meant anytime we were looking at a new structure, anytime we were looking at a new geography, they would just say, oh, hand it to Nash and have her figure out whether or not this is something we want to be doing. And I really loved being on the buy side, getting to help figure out what we want to be putting into our portfolio and kind of thinking through how these companies were not just performing right now, but how they were potentially going to be performing, since it was debt, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, and really kind of trying to think through, what are some of the challenges, what's potentially going to be working really, really well. And since we were both originating as well as doing the portfolio management, it was very, very interesting to, even in the short time that I was there, see 3 years down the road, like where you absolutely pinned it, and other times where you just completely missed something that would just come out from left field and hit you. Loved that job, but along the way had to let go of the entire environmental piece of what it was that I really enjoyed and what really drove me. And at the end of the day, I wanted to be, going to sleep at night saying, I'm trying to make the world a little bit more like what I personally think it needs to be. And really wanted a career that was going to be oriented that direction. So I went back to business school, figured it was time to get an official, finance accounting background. I went over to London Business School, absolutely loved it over there, had a great time, worked over there for a couple of years after I graduated. And then when I came back to the United States, I'm from Chicago originally. And so I reached out to some alum, one of whom happened to be working at Marathon Capital. And after talking to him about what it was I was interested in, what my background was, what I'd done educationally while I was in business school, he was like, if this is what you're interested in, why don't you send your resume over here? And so that's how I ended up at Marathon. And the thing that I think I've just been really appreciative of is that, you're looking at so many different things all the time, and you have small groups of people that you're accountable to, that you're constantly learning, you're constantly able to engage with people and have a very collaborative environment, which I know stereotypically is not what you would think of in terms of investment banking. And to be totally honest, I thought I was going to do investment banking for a couple of years, see it as a way to be able to almost get the full renewables buffet, figure out which space I wanted to actually be working in, and then switch over after a couple of years. And instead, as I mentioned before, I've been here for 7 years now, because it's been really interesting to be in such an interesting spot as this industry is growing. And so rather than having a situation where people have really sharp elbows as they're trying to kind of find their place in the firm, it's the firm, similar to what Ruben was saying, the firm has just been growing incredibly large as well. I started when there were 15 people, and they're now about 90 bankers. And so just to be able to help with that shaping of that trajectory and finding what it is that I really enjoy doing and having a home to be able to do it in has been just something I've really enjoyed.
That sounds just an incredible kind of trajectory within or making that transition. I self-certainly wanted you to go first just to prove the value of an MBA and how that can help in that transition. Because I know there are a few other MBA students out there, but I will let Marissa go and talk about non-MBA paths.
Awesome. Yeah, I think I'm solidly on the non-MBA path at this point. There was like a moment in time in the past like 3 years where I was like, do I go? Do I not go? And I think at this point I'm like pretty much on the path that I want to be. But I'm happy to talk a little bit about that. Similarly to Sarah, I also started in a non-finance background. When I entered college, I had applied to the General College of Arts and Sciences for SUNY Binghamton, where I went to school, and I thought that I was going to be a lawyer. So I studied politics, philosophy, and law. I was super into philosophy, like major philosophy nerd. But then while I was at Binghamton, I realized that we actually had a pretty solid undergraduate business program. And considering that I had a bunch of AP credits, I just kind of decided to add in a business degree after my freshman year, and ended up graduating with 2 degrees, one in PPL, which is the philosophy degree, and the other in finance. And during that time, I, similarly to Sarah, I've always like been very passionate about environmental issues, about ethical issues, sort of all of those kind of like in the realm of the applied philosophy like area, like were just generally things I was interested in, but it was very unclear to me like how to apply those things into an actual job. And I was also very focused on getting an actual job. So for me, like when I was looking at my early career and trying to figure out where everything sat, I felt like getting 2 degrees would give me optionality, and getting more experience would allow me to at least like plot out what's happening, what's the landscape, and kind of like work to figure it out. For reference, my parents are school teachers. Very few people in my family and like just generally in my like life, I don't know, landscape at the age of 18 worked in finance. The first time I heard of Goldman Sachs, which is where I started my career, was I saw the documentary Capitalism: A Love Story, which is a very weird, it was a weird time in 2008, 2009. So like that was my understanding of finance. And I think particularly like why I like speaking on panels like this is because I think it's very inaccessible if you're not like in it. And once you get in it, you kind of like forget how inaccessible it was when you were on the outside of it. So broadly speaking, that's a bit of a rant. But I started my career at Goldman. I worked in the credit risk group, which was responsible for working with the different business units across the firm and managing counterparty risk, which, as it turns out, is a really helpful background for project financing and infrastructure investing more broadly, since so much of the analysis is tied to revenue contracts, power purchase agreements, who your long-term off-taker is, which is fundamentally a credit lens. And I actually was really lucky in the sense that when I was at Goldman, a friend of mine was hired into Onyx Renewable Partners, which is a subsidiary of Blackstone. It was a portfolio company, and they were looking for analysts. And my friend was like, hey, I can put your resume forward. And my first reaction was like, wow, I think this could be my dream job. Because at this point, I was at Goldman. I was basically getting screamed at on the phone by leveraged finance bankers all day, working 80 hours a week. And I was just like, wow, like I could do this and make money probably for like the next 5 years. But like at a point, I'm just going to get jaded and like check out, because like I don't actually care that much about this. And like I know that like that when I was looking up at people who were just like really angry managing directors, like being all sorts of stereotypical finance people, I was just like, I don't want to become that. Like I really would love to avoid doing that. The money's great, the work is interesting, but like that attitude thing is just not something I want to be a part of. And then I realized, if I'm going to keep doing finance and go further in investing, which was my ultimate goal sitting in credit, I have to pick a subject area I actually care about, because otherwise like I won't be able to go to the distance. Like the work is too much. The standards are like very aggressive for just general like work-life commitment, and I have to really care about. So that was kind of like my moment of inflection sitting in that desk. And then I got this opportunity to interview at Onyx, and my first reaction was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what tax equity is. Like this is going to be an absolute disaster. And I think when I took that first job, which was, again, I'd only been working for a year at that point, I basically pitched myself as a first year analyst who like actually knew how to write emails and like was somewhat proficient in a model. And I was just like, kind of like, give me a shot, please. Like, I'm really passionate about this and I'll work really hard. And that worked well. Like, they actually gave me a shot. And I look at that as kind of like a material inflection point in my career because I was able to get on the path. And when I'm talking with people, like many of you folks who are on the panel, whether you have that moment a year out of undergrad or like 10 years later, kind of like, who cares? Like, once you decide what you want to do and you have an opportunity to like hit your pivot, just go for it. Like, there's really like nothing, like, you can get so stuck in what you're actually doing to like not appreciate that moment to go for it. But when you have it, it's kind of like, I don't know, it just like opens up like the world of opportunity. And for me, like, that was kind of the start of me getting more involved in decarbonization as a broader career focus. And I've been able to do that for the past 6 years. And I really look back to that point in time where I was just like, yeah, if I'm going to focus on something, it needs to thematically be something I'm aligned with. And there's no shame in just being like, you know what, I don't actually know what I'm doing, but that's okay. I'll figure it out. And being honest with the folks that you're looking to give you a shot about what you can do, what you can't do, but not being so intimidated by it that you're not like willing to go for it. So that's like my quick background. And then I've been at Generate for like 5 years at this point, and I am 100% bought in. Like, the way I think about it macro is that I'll be working and deploying capital in this space for hopefully like decades to come. So hence no MBA, but not because MBAs aren't super valuable. I just felt like I had slotted into a track where I was like, well, if I went and got my MBA, I would just come out and like want my same job again. So I should probably stay on the track. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. That's so. There are many ways to do it. You don't have to get an MBA, but I will say, even if you don't get an MBA, or if you do get an MBA, the theme of doing well and doing good seems to resonate a lot with people in clean energy finance. Ruben, do you feel the same way?
I totally feel the same way. A lot of these stories are resonating with me and sort of my background. So I've been interested in renewable energy and energy infrastructure for almost 15 years now. And it started before high school when I was reading Popular Mechanics and Popular Science magazines. And, just what does all this mean? Like, what is, energy efficiency in houses look like? And how much are we using in sort of our cars and our homes to power and heat all these things? I wrote my thesis in college on geothermal energy and the implications on the economics of specific energy infrastructure improvements at my university, Wesleyan, with the establishment of a social cost of carbon. And that sort of idea, and it sort of propelled me. So I graduated with a major in economics and a minor in environmental studies. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do with all that, but I was keen to build skills and have a strong name on my resume. And so I sort of threw my hat in the ring of investment banking to see if that was for me. So my business career started in investment banking at JP Morgan in New York City after I graduated college. But I didn't work in what people traditionally think investment banking. I worked in public finance for a few years on the energy team, serving clients in public power, water and wastewater, and select corporate-backed entities. And so a lot of you are probably wondering, what the heck does that all mean? Public finance is the branch of economics which assesses government revenues and government expenditures of public authorities, and sort of the adjustment of one or the other to achieve desirable effects and avoid undesirable ones. But to put it more simply, we helped public entities in the energy space raise and refinance debt in the municipal markets. So you may have heard of tax exempt or non-AMT debt. So, a lot of people think like, the PG&Es and other kind of investor-owned utilities, but there are a lot of other types of utilities that are out there that are investing in sort of and are owned by more sort of either co-ops or sort of the municipalities to provide sort of lower energy and sort of water infrastructure for their customers. But sort of on the same lines as Marissa and Sarah, after 2 years of this work, I gradually lost interest in sort of the attitudes of bankers and sort of in this debt market, which no one knows about, and wanted to be working on sort of the equity side of things more closely to energy infrastructure project deals. And I found an opportunity at a boutique investment firm called Merit Capital, where they were providing advisory for a number of select companies looking to make investments in energy in the United States. So we worked on a number of different transactions, engagements with domestic and international companies, looking at investments of $10 to $100 million. And I got a chance to look at numerous different energy sectors, which I didn't have the chance when I was working at JP Morgan. So wind, solar, geothermal, combined cycle, peaker plants, natural gas, coal plants, and even a project in transmission, which was rare at the time to be looking at that. An interesting project, gas by wire, where we're producing electricity in Canada and then shipping that all over the US to different locations. And that was pretty interesting. I got, to work on a number of different types of models and really get a good sort of basic understanding of project finance. But after a year of this, I began to look beyond advisory and was really thinking about working in-house at a mission-oriented company in the renewable energy space. So I spoke with a number of headhunters, and an opportunity materialized at First Solar in San Francisco. So I've been an East Coaster my whole life, and I said, hey, I'll try this thing. And so I moved cross country, which was a big move for me. And it was very rewarding moving the renewable energy space. I woke up in the morning energized and ready to tackle issues, not just making money for bigwigs and other folks. I was looking for, developing projects and really try to, avoid emissions and decarbonizing. And so it was an exciting time working for the project finance team for 2 years. They had recently acquired a development shop with numerous utility scale projects and lucrative power purchase agreements, and they needed help raising financing. So it was also pretty interesting because at the time, banks were the primary provider of tax equity, and we were one of the first companies working on innovative structures with strategic partners who had tax appetite. So being a company that was a manufacturer of solar panels, the leader in thin film technology, constantly innovating to stay ahead of the curve. And it was in the project finance group that I really understood how much finance is necessary in sort of integrating of all these different groups, understanding sort of having a high level of all these different things, but you have to be a generalist in some cases to really understand everything to go through these raising of external capital and making sure that you can understand and tag all the right people and answer on the first level of the QA logs and building data rooms. So you need to have a general understanding of engineering, accounting, development, origination. There's a lot of stuff that you sort of have to have as a general, and you could talk to all those people. That was wonderful. I loved being able to just get on the phone and say, hey, I don't really understand this. And it's not really showing up. There's my phone. I don't really understand this kind of thing. Can you help me, sort of sort through this? How do I talk to an IE and, try to push on some of these assumptions so that we can really, show them that we believe in our project and we can kind of push as much for sort of our financing here. So anyways, I worked there for a couple of years and finally was like, okay, this is great, but what else is out there? And so I sort of looked around and was looking for a new and innovative environment. And I had offers at I had sort of two different directions. Work at Tesla and sort of this big corporate organization, which is great, Tesla's doing a lot of amazing things, or go work at a startup development shop with attractive capital and impressive group of executives. And I took a gamble on the startup, and it's been 4.5 years now, and haven't looked back since. So it's been a wild roller coaster, honestly, being in solar as well. That was always interesting, seeing who was going to make it, who wasn't, and what was going on with China as they were producing, panels below the cost to produce, especially from, for Solar's perspective of being a panel manufacturer. That was pretty insane how you could do that. But it's been a fun ride.
Yeah, I can definitely appreciate the up and down ride on the solar coaster. And I actually forgot to give you a shout out earlier for a rowing reference, which as a former rower, I appreciate. So rowing on in the same direction. I want to thank you for that, Ruben. So next, I kind of wanted to ask about how to best prepare if someone's wants to get into this space, right? One thing I noticed for all of us was actually moving from the East Coast to the West Coast. So I don't know if that is part of your strategy to get into this space, maybe less relevant for the members of YPE Bay Area who have already made that move. But what else would you recommend in terms of education, training, internships, coffee chats to kind of help people prepare for this function? And Marissa, I see you already unmuted yourself, so I'll let you go first.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts. And I think that the first one is just try not to get too intimidated by the process and the fact that you don't know anything. And this is particularly true if you are sitting as like an undergraduate who knows you're interested in this, but it looks like quite a bit inaccessible. I'd say that as an early career person, you kind of are in a unique seat in the sense that being very interested and doing your homework on the overall topic will just go a long way in other professionals' desire and like ability to sit and chat with you. I was always pleasantly surprised in my first, like, I don't know, call it junior year of college to the first 2 years of my career, how open people were to chatting with me, so long as I came to that conversation with kind of a specific ask and a decent amount of background on what they do, and also just kind of like a general passion around what it is that I was pursuing. And oftentimes those chats don't need to be more like, frankly, like structured or detailed than, hey, can you just tell me about what you do and how you got there, and like whether or not you have any advice. And people are often really happy to share, especially with younger professionals and people in school, like what their background is. So I'd say, one, just try and approach networking in a way that's respectful of people's time, but also just generally enthusiastic, because I think you're in a very special spot when you're in that early band where people really are willing to take the time. And then the second thing is, if you can, try to get involved with organizations like Young Professionals in Energy, like Clean Energy Leadership Institute. Shameless plug, Pat, and I apologize. I'm actually hosting a very casual networking event in San Francisco a week from Thursday for women who are interested in climate finance and investing. I'm particularly passionate about increasing the number of women and people of color who are in finance and investing generally, but specifically in climate investing. So look out for those spaces, because there are a lot of them. And I think that even more so, like post pandemic, with all of the virtual events and the other like online communities that have been created, you can kind of find those niches and start to meet people. So I think so much of the I guess like big step to take is just to like get started and kind of make your plan around networking. And it doesn't necessarily need to be this like stodgy, like, oh, up on a pedestal, I'm talking with like a director at Generate Capital. It can be actually much more accessible, so long as you show that enthusiasm, do your homework, and just show just real willingness to jumpstart your career. But that's my quick thought. And I'll put the link to that event in the chat if that's cool, Pat.
Yeah, of course. That's like a perfect, very specific way to get involved. So that's awesome. Ruben, do you want to give us any recommendations?
Yeah, I think, piggybacking off of sort of that, I would say, LinkedIn is such a tool that has grown over the years that I've been working in the out there. I think it's such an easy way to connect with people with such minimal effort. So, write a note and personalize yourself, stand out from the crowd. Don't just, write the connect. I mean, it may work, but people will remember you better if you have something. So everyone's busy. Make sure that it's worth their time as well. And people love to get sort of energized folks who are interested in what they do and sort of giving back. I think you'll find a lot of people are interested in doing that. But bring facts, bring info that they may not know, or from some other, part of the industry, that to sort of entice a conversation, and definitely make yourself available to their schedule. And, definitely follow through. No one likes someone that, sets this whole thing up and doesn't follow through, because you can only make a first impression once. And that's important when, it might be for something that you're looking to transition to a job or ask them, more details. You want to get them on your side. Do a lot of research, understand the business and the industry. If they're public, read their financial statements and notes. What's their transaction history? How do they describe themselves on their website? That's really important, because they want to hear a little bit. They want to know that you understand who they think they are. And, you can provide information about, sort of their competitors and stuff. They love to hear that, or they want to hear sort of people from, the marketplace and what that is. I guess maybe an answer to sort of what are effective strategies for finding a job. I've always found that the headhunters are a great way to sort of cut your time in half, because they're finding folks that are looking for jobs, and they're also just constantly talking to a multitude of people. So take advantage of their searches, get on their mailing list so that you have a pulse on sort of positions that are available in the market. And then I think one other thing is as you're reading, job positions and openings, just know how your skills can kind of make their business better, or how you might be able to relate and bring something to the table. And whether that's examples of direct experience, or like Marissa said, sort of tangential experience, and sort of being realistic about what you may know and what you don't know, but how you have that sort of energy and passion to bring to the table, and willingness to learn and learn on the job.
Oh, lots of good nuggets there. I like that. So Sarah, I'll send it to you. And I guess specifically on the kind of before job search part, is there anything that you'd recommend for trying to get into the space, whether that's like a training or education, or even just trying to get an internship? What have you kind of seen be successful?
Yeah, I guess maybe just to start off with, to kind of pile on to one of the points that Ruben was making, is as you're reaching out to people, it's really helpful if you take the time to find something in their background, something that they're doing, where you're actually saying that in your email or your introduction. One of the things that's really tough is, imagine being on this side where you get 5 or 10 people that are all reaching out to you, and 4 out of those are looking like it's literally just cut and paste from something else. That's not going to be the one that I'm going to choose to respond to. It's going to be the ones where they're saying like, hey, what are you doing? Even something as simple as like, what are you doing at Marathon Capital? Like, you'd be surprised by how generalized they can be sometimes. And so there's an element of like, just take that little bit of extra time and figure out what it is that you want to be saying, and make sure that they can see that, because part of the job on our side is, for an analyst or associate, they're going to be spending a lot of time doing that detailed nitty-gritty stuff. And so this is in some ways almost your first chance to be able to show them that you can do the job, that you can actually sit there and prove out that you have an interest, and that you know how to be able to tie that into the way that you're even presenting to somebody that you're meeting for the first time. So I would just encourage you to take that opportunity and position yourself in a way where you can show that you're actually like reading through their profile, or you're doing whatever it is that you're doing in order to be able to kind of make sure that you show that connectivity. I think another thing is that for people, especially if they're not coming from a traditional background, it can be super, super intimidating, which I know that I was mentioning a little bit, and Marissa was mentioning a little bit, in terms of figuring out how do you do that pivot? How do you show that connectivity? And I think that there's a lot of elements in all 3 of our jobs, but just speaking for myself, there's a lot of elements where you could have any sort of background and you'd be able to show the connectivity of skill set. So one of the things for me is that I'm spending a lot of time doing the storytelling. Like, why is it that this company makes sense in this space? Who is it competing against? How is it going to be able to deal with these kinds of challenges? There are so many of those different elements that don't come from a finance background, where you'd be able to use any sort of background basically and be able to speak to those elements. So take a little bit of time and kind of sit back with yourself and figure out, like, where's the connective tissue between my experiences and what it is that I want to be doing. And don't be shy in terms of explaining some of those different elements, to be able to show that you're thinking through those different pieces. And I think that makes a huge difference. I was talking to somebody who was at a case competition at one point, who had a reporting background. He was a journalist, and he was like, well, I don't think I would be able to do investment banking. And I was like, are you kidding? You basically do everything we're doing, only you're just not doing the financial model piece of it right now, but that's something that you could learn. And he ended up applying. We ended up taking him in at the firm. And it was one of those things where he kind of put himself in a position where he thought that wasn't going to be something that he'd be able to do. But as soon as we started talking through some of the elements of what it is that he did have experience in, and how he'd be able to kind of transition that experience into something that's more investment banking oriented, I think that really kind of helped on his side. So I guess that would be my second piece, is just, think of that connective tissue and how you'd be able to do it from literally any kind of background, especially somebody who's liberal arts. You can figure out those ways to be able to do that kind of repositioning. And then I guess in terms of what you were talking about, Pat, in terms of what you can do to actually prepare for it, if you're in an academic setting, There are different organizations that you'd be able to join, both internally at your school as well as externally, like YPE. If you are in school, you can take advantage of things like case competitions, which I think are a wonderful way of being able to kind of figure out what does this look like and almost do a little micro version of what would a project look like, or what would exploring a strategy look like, and really kind of think through that. It's a great opportunity to be able to do some networking, not just with people that you might be potentially having as employers, but also just peers, other people that are interested in this space. Figure out what they're doing, figure out what kinds of means they're trying to take in order to be able to kind of get ready for a career in the space. There's a bunch of different publications that you'd be able to look at. You know, there's things like Clean Tech Group and BNEF and all sorts of different blogs that you'd be able to look at to be able to get a little bit more of a background in terms of the space. And then for me personally, I would say, you know, we don't expect people to come in with like this deep understanding of modeling. It's very particular in the renewable space. And so we train a lot on hand. But one of the things that we do want to see is your kind of interest. And so you're able to kind of like dig into a particular area, whether or not it's solar or wind or energy storage or RNG. You're able to like look into that space, think through it a little bit, have an opinion on it, so that if you were to get asked in an interview, like, well, you know, what's something that you actually care about? You actually have something that you feel like you'd be comfortable saying, both at the level of like an industry subvertical, but then also, you know, maybe pick a company or two that you actually really care about, or you think is kind of interesting, maybe because you think they're awesome, or maybe because you think they're horrible at what they're doing. Either one of those works. It's a way for you to be able to show your critical thinking skills and how that would potentially be applicable in a job if somebody were to look to be bringing you on board.
And I just wanted to add one quick thing to what Sarah was saying, which, one, phenomenal advice. Specifically on the financial modeling point, I find that particularly for people approaching the roles outside of a traditional business degree, there's a lot of like uncertainty and stress that comes with that. And I would say that there, at this point, there are actually very good like self-paced online classes for financial modeling. And I would highly recommend, again, particularly if you're sitting in that spot where you're just kind of feeling unsure, like, oh, that seems very intimidating. It seems like a major barrier for me to pursuing finance. I highly recommend the Pivotal 180 classes. We actually use them to help train our interns and analysts, and it's a great resource. And honestly, like, I think it's the type of thing that if you do that and you do it, like, you actually go through it and do the exercises and do the hard work of sitting and trying to figure out the spreadsheets, all of which the program like shows you how to do, you will be at a starting point of comfort that I think will help like assuage some of those initial concerns. And I think that for a lot of people from the outside looking in, they see modeling as like this big like step that they need to like get up to. And I think that so much of the difficulty around that is really just starting to get familiar with it, and appreciating that regardless of your modeling skills going into a role like your first investment banking job, there's going to be an element of training that comes in, but it's really just that like awareness and general I don't know, I would call like 101 level of understanding that's like really critical, and it kind of fits in nicely with what Sarah's saying. It's just another layer of kind of like distinguishing your commitment to pursuing a career, but not necessarily with like a level of perfection that you'd expect from someone who'd be working for 1 or 2 years. So that's just my piece on modeling, because it's something that people ask about all the time, and I think has this like air of mystery for people who don't necessarily have that expertise yet. So I would just highly encourage, and I'll put the link in here too, because I found that to be a great resource.
And that is a great little plug for our follow-up to this event, which will be a more hands-on workshop where we'll actually have Hayden from Pivotal 180 coming in and doing like an hour and a half session on project finance. I actually came from a non-finance background and went through the course myself and can attest it's a great way to kind of get up to speed. But there's, you know, a lot to the job outside of just modeling. Speaking of modeling, I think a lot of people, at least I, was very nervous to take that first modeling test during the interview process. Can we go around and talk a little bit about what that interview process looks like? How best to prepare maybe for it? And I know, Ruben, you talked a little bit about the recruiting process in general with headhunters. Do you want to get us started with what that process looks like and best resources there?
Sure. So I'll just give a quick plug. We at Brightmark are hiring, so please feel free to take a look at our website for available positions, www.brightmark.com/about/careers. And feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions about what we're hiring for and what we do. And I'll put my email in the below. In terms of interviewing, you know, a lot has already been said, and I completely agree with Sarah and Marissa here. You know, having that excitement, having that you know, passion for the job is really going to go a long way, and making sure that you've done research not only in the company but the space, and having opinions about it. As it relates to, you know, making yourself a marketable candidate, showing what you can in terms of direct experience, but also, you know, recognizing sort of what trajectories the space is going in, having an understanding of sort of the transactions that have happened in the space, but really making sure that your skills sort of align with the job position, sort of the career path that you may have. So if it's for an analyst associate position, you're going to be in the nitty gritty, you're going to be sort of doing that modeling, but you have to have an idea and sort of the due diligence process, making sure that you are regularly kind of steeping yourself in all of the details of things. So if I may ask a question, which is, tell me about a project or something that you worked on, I don't want you talking about sort of the high level. I want you to kind of paint a picture and then take me in, you know, really into some of the deep, dark caves of something that you worked on, but also keeping that high level so that I don't get lost underground. If there is a, you know, question where I'm asking about sort of strengths and weaknesses, I don't want it necessarily so straightforward about sort of only these good things that you sort of took and you made into like your best things. I want to be real about sort of what you may recognize as things that you have dealt with in the past, and I want to sort of have a human moment. I don't want to just talk to a robot about how they've, you know, overcome everything in their life. So that might be some of the more HR things, but as it relates to sort of the renewable energy space, it really is important to me because I'm going to ask questions about passion, about sort of where your focus is in sort of environmental and sustainability. I want to know what you are thinking about. You know, if you're some person that cares only about sort of making money and really pushing the envelope of how much we, you know, can do year over year, then that's great, and that's part of it. But I want to know sort of what you might be thinking about outside of it. You know, what are you reading? What are you interested in? You know, where are you getting plugged in within different industry groups, and really focusing your time on. That's personally, and I think that'll go a long way with sort of the interview process.
That's some great advice. Let's see, Marissa, do you want to add anything else to what Ruben?
Absolutely. Similar to my advice on the networking, I think that researching goes like a long, long way. So when I was first interviewing for Generate, it was tough because it was a small shop and it didn't necessarily have that much like press about it. So a lot of what I did was just Googling everything I could find, which is hard with a name like Generate Capital. But one of the things that I did, and I think it like actually really impressed someone in my interview, but in hindsight, I'm like, wow, it was quite extra. I like went through the 10K filings of Plug Power, which was one of our early partners. And that was one of the areas that Generate was referenced, but it was not like announced. So it wasn't in a news article. So I would say if you are interviewing for a role, the way I think about it is like, you can't necessarily control for like the interviewer giving you some crazy brain teaser or not necessarily having like a good connection or chemistry with the interviewer, but you can at least prepare to a degree that you know you give it your best shot. So for me, that looks like Googling everything. If you can get a list of interviewers beforehand, try to look them up ahead of time so you have a sense of what they do, or even ask the person who's running the process, just like, hey, do you mind giving me a sense of what this person focuses on or what their background is, so that you can ensure when you're doing your prep, you're actually prepping in a way that's less generic. And I think to build upon Ruben's feedback, I agree. Having detailed answers to questions is a huge, like, especially on fit, more fluffier interview questions, is a huge distinguishing point. I think in a lot of areas, it's easy to give just kind of like a surface level example that doesn't necessarily get into the nitty gritty of why you feel like you're a good team player as an example. And these are kind of like typical interview pointers, but I find that those are the areas where, oddly enough, like you'll have a fine interview with a candidate, but you'll realize like, oh, like I didn't really get what I needed from them as an interviewer, as an interviewee. And the other one is, and this is a big one with me in my interviews, like if I feel like you're giving me like the Wall Street prep, like sanitized answers to the fit questions, I'm literally just going to start asking you weird questions to just try and break that, because ultimately, especially since we're a small shop, like I want to know who you are and like not necessarily get the like perfect answer that comes out of your mouth. I want to kind of have it be a back and forth. So that would just kind of be my piece of advice. And yeah, and also again, just another like big one, I thought that the advice that Sarah gave around picking a company or picking a sector that you really invest your time in. I think that it can be hard when you look at the expanse of climate tech to be like, oh, I am a senior in college and I'm tracking climate tech in preparation for interviews. Like that's like trying to boil the ocean. You could at this point pick a sector you're really interested in and be like, I'm really interested in carbon capture, usage, and sequestration, and go deep on that so that when you are in your interviews, you're able to speak passionately and authentically about a topic you're interested in, as opposed to trying to boil the ocean and like kind of give hand wavy, like surface level answers on things. And again, that's tricky. Like that's not necessarily an easy thing to do. And I would just highly recommend that as far as a tip. If you can talk through like a podcast or a set of articles you've listened to or an industry trend that you're interested in, that'll really set you apart in terms of other candidates who are also equally qualified, et cetera.
Sarah, I saw a lot of nodding, especially at the canned Wall Street prep answers.
I pay attention to Wall Street prep just to know what questions not to be asking. Yeah, I think on my end, one of the things that I see people sometimes struggle with in interviews is they've really prepared significantly from an academic standpoint, but figuring out how those concepts are actually applicable to the job. Sometimes people just absolutely fall in that translation over. So for instance, if I were to ask you, can you walk me through the 3 financial statements? They can do that. They're great with that. They're able to answer that quickly and easily. If I start asking a question like, how does this apply to a company that has, you know, a bunch of solar assets and they're adding another solar asset, how would that go into the 3 statements? They really start struggling at that point. And so it's both being prepared, because you obviously need to know those 3 statements in order to be able to answer the second one. But then it's also trying to step back and think through like, okay, so how is this really going to like directly impact, if this is something that I'm interested in doing, how do I actually answer those questions? For me personally, I tend to try and ask questions that get me to a better understanding of whether or not somebody has had a very superficial understanding of a particular topic, or whether or not they're actually thinking through the drivers of it. So it'll be things like, you know, you're looking at, I don't know, you're looking at like the duck curve out here in California. And let's say that you're one of those gas plants that's right on the margin. Like what kind of impact would that have to you? So it's not just having like the headline topics, but really trying to better understand, are these the things that somebody is really going to be interested in engaging with? Because that's what you're going to be doing all day, every day. And if that's not something that's going to actually resonate for you, then maybe it's not the best, you know, kind of close fit. So those tend to be the areas that I personally tend to dig in on. In terms of our personal kind of process for you know, finding new candidates, we have a little bit more formalized process than I think either Ruben or Marissa probably have, where we're trying to line it up a little bit more closely with when investment banks are going to be doing, you know, kind of interviews at various different educational institutions. So for us right now, we've taken in resumes at the full-time level. We've taken in resumes at the summer analyst level, still have open the summer associate level. But all of those are listed on our website. And what we're trying to do is, you know, we're reaching out to a bunch of different schools. We're figuring out who we like from all those different schools, bringing them in for a super day. The super day usually consists of, you know, somewhere between about 5 to 8 different interviews. So it's a full gauntlet. But at the end of the day, what we're really hoping for is you have a bunch of different people that can advocate for you internally. And for you, you've now gotten 5 to 8 different perspectives. I'm like, is that actually somebody I want to be working with? Or was that person a complete jerk where they just focused on things that didn't actually matter to me? Like those are going to be the different pieces that, you know, hopefully everybody's seeing it as a 2-way street. We're interviewing you, you're interviewing us. We're trying to figure out whether or not it's going to be a good fit all the way around. And then separately on our side, we do have a modeling exercise that we have people do. And I think, as Marissa was rightfully saying, that can be really intimidating sometimes, especially if you don't necessarily have finance as your kind of core academic pursuit going into something like that exercise. But for me, the way that I look at it is there isn't going to be a one perfect way of doing a model. And instead, what the modeling really is it's better understanding how you logic your way through a problem. How do you line things up and do it in a clear, concise way to be able to get to an answer? It just happens to be numerical, and it happens to have a couple of different attributes associated with it in order to be able to get to something like, you know, what's the return after 3 years. So there's going to be a combination of, you need to understand some of those basic concepts, but don't get really worried about whether or not you have it showing it exactly the way that it needs to be done. That's the kind of, those are the rough edges that we can smooth out really easily. What you need to see with those exercises is this is your way to be able to show that you have a logical train of thought to get from point A all the way down to the conclusion that they're asking you to present.
And I would just tack onto that to say that the modeling test is often under like a level of time pressure that's like not analogous to what you would typically be under for a job. And that's really important because I think that, again, because modeling is tough, particularly for folks who don't necessarily have a finance major or a finance background, you kind of like avoid it like it's the boogeyman. And that strategy does not work when you're prepping for modeling tests specifically, because the time tends to like really throw people off. And I've seen a lot of instances where a candidate will maybe take a modeling test and then we'll send it back and say, okay, spend 1 hour more and see how you can improve these couple of things. And people make wide improvements. So my biggest piece of advice, which probably sounds so obvious, you're like, this is not helpful, is to practice again. Get a financial model as an example, rebuild it yourself, and then do it again like 3 more times to make sure that you like really understand that you're not just like copying functions, etc., that you're working through the actual meaning behind the things, not just the surface level. This is how the 3 like financial statements connect, or this is how you calculate revenue production on a solar facility accounting for degradation. Like, it's really that practice that makes it perfect, and each time you do it you might get better understanding. So that's my biggest piece of advice, is just jump right in, do not delay, and don't let your lack of knowledge hold you back, because you're totally going to suck at it the first couple of times. And if you're a perfectionist, high achieving personality, that's an uncomfortable feeling, but you must push through it because it's the only way you learn it.
Super, super helpful advice, I think, all around. As we are thinking, me and some of the other attendees about applying for jobs, we're actually going to go into our lightning round here and ask what are kind of best resources that you would recommend, podcasts, publications, and or one piece of advice you'd give someone considering a career in clean energy finance. And we'll do kind of a lightning round, just kind of quick answers for these, and I'll send it to Sarah first.
Ooh. So in terms of some of the publications, I think the ones that I tend to look at, and especially if you're in an academic setting, you might have access to some of the ones that require various different subscriptions. But I think I mentioned a little bit before, I tend to be focusing a lot in terms of Clean Tech Group, PitchBook, looking at BNEF, different places where you'd be able to get detail, especially in terms of both companies that are coming up in the industry, as well as any sort of financings that they're doing, trying to better understand, you know, what does that landscape look like? Where are you seeing a bunch of money going in? Where are you seeing a bunch of exits? What's potentially something that you're finding interesting about those various different spaces? So that would be some on that side. In terms of podcasts, I have not been doing as many recently that are energy related. So I'm going to leave that to my fellow panelists to kind of speak to that element of it. And then in terms of just some kind of general advice, when you're in this transition point, when you're going from an academic setting into a career space, or if you're in the early stages of being in a career and trying to figure out how to be able to shift into different roles, I know for myself, I was really hesitant to do some of the networking that was open to me. And so take advantage of the fact that as a student, you can reach out to the alumni networks. you can reach out to various different, so let's say it's part of a bigger group that has, a symposium with a bunch of different organizations. Like don't just stick with your own educational institute. Like figure out if there's other ways to be able to branch out. Figure out geographically where you might potentially want to end up. See if you can, touch base with people that are physically in that location. That will give you a better sense for, what's out there. It was kind of that initial question that I gave to the other person who'd been at LBS. I got back to Chicago and just said like, hey, I'm just trying to figure out like what's going on here. Who should I be interested in? Like what's actually really exciting and resonating, and use those opportunities. For me right now, technically speaking, I could definitely reach out to a bunch of different people, but I think when you're in that cusp period of finishing up your academics, and trying to figure out how to be able to take that first step into a career, you have an amazing ability to be able to say like, hey, I'm really new to this. I'd love to get some better understanding. Would you be open to having a quick conversation? And especially right now, as we're starting to slowly come out of COVID, everybody's really used to doing video chats. That's even easier. Obviously, it's best if you're able to get in front of somebody and actually have like a coffee or something like that. But especially if there's like a geographic distinction between where you are and where somebody else is, this is this wonderful opportunity to be able to set up calls and be able to do video chats with people. So take advantage of that. That's a very unique, specific to this moment attribute that I think people haven't taken advantage of as much previously.
That's great advice. And as much as people are Zoom fatigued, I think the openness to being able to jump on a quick call is definitely still there. Marissa, do you want to give us publications or piece of advice?
Absolutely. So I found for myself, there's so much content out there. It's sometimes like a total content overload. So I try to like stick to a couple of things. I try to read The Economist every week because it just gives me like a good general overview. And then my favorite newsletter for finance stuff is Matt Levine's Money Stuff. And if you're a huge finance nerd like me, like I enjoy it so much. And especially with like the SPAC craze, like over the past year or so, he's been covering a lot of it. It's less clean energy specific, but it's really fun. And I think he does a really great job of one, taking financial topics that are really complicated and breaking them down into a digestible way. And two, being like literally hilariously entertaining if you're a finance nerd like me. And then in terms of any sort of like, again, you kind of have to think about it as like your content like consumption strategy. Don't try and consume it at all because like that won't work. You have to like focus in on what you find interesting and like what your kind of regular cadence is going to be. So I'll put some links in the chat, but I get Axios Generate every morning that I try to take a look at for like more like industry specific stuff. Canary Media, which is some of the former Green Tech Media team I subscribe to their newsletter. And then this is more like politics oriented, but also in the realm of highly entertaining. David Roberts' Volts newsletter is one of the best like political trends newsletters for the space. And then in terms of podcasts, like obviously the Energy Gang, if that's not obvious, don't feel bad, but just like jump right in. Because when I was first in that first role at Onyx, trying to figure out what the heck I was doing, not knowing what tax equity was, I like literally just like mainlined Energy Gang podcasts just to figure out what was going on. And honestly, like jumping right in helped a ton. So that would be my advice.
Awesome. Ruben.
There's some great ideas there. I'll take a step back, and one thing that I typically talk to folks who reach out to me who want to get an understanding of sort of what I do and what the renewable energy space is about, and especially development, I point them in the direction of two different primers, which gives them sort of if they can understand that, we can have a very detailed conversation about things. So the first is a project finance primer for renewable energy and clean tech projects. And that was put out by Wilson Sonsini back in 2010. And I know a bunch of you all are just shaking your head because, everyone's read this. It's so classic. And 2010, but it still resonates to today. They are the core concepts of project finance. Yes, definitely an oldie but goodie. The other one that I typically refer people to is an NREL technical report from February of 2013, which is a framework for project development in the renewable energy sector. And it specifically takes, I believe, solar, but it takes you through a whole bunch of like the core concepts. So project motivations, project development framework. So, talking about the 7 core subject areas of renewable projects. So site, resource, offtake, permit, technology, team, capital. These are like very core concepts that you would want to have an understanding of when you go into these meetings talking about what the company is looking forward to and what they see as risks moving forward or different projects. So it's really useful to have those two primers under your belt when you're going into a renewable energy career. And then, you know, I'll say something that I'm surprised nobody on this panel said yet, but Norton Rose, the Project Finance Newswire, it is classic. It is, you know, so great. And talking about, you know, a lot of different things. You've got some classic folks who are on there, you know, speaking about the tax equity market, speaking about, you know, new and upcoming things, whether it be the solar, wind, or, you know, something that I've got my particular attention on, which is carbon capture and sort of the growth of that marketplace. In terms of other typical news sources, you know, I keep my eye on the Wall Street Journal, the Economist, the Atlantic. Bloomberg's great. I really think they've been doing a lot over the last few years, especially with their now, they've been changing the name around a lot, but the green part of their newsletters. And then in terms of podcasts and publications, you know, I would say a couple of things that I keep in touch with are like Grist, people have heard of that, Carbon 180, Carbon Removal Newsroom. There's a really great podcast that I've been listening to lately, which it's not for the faint of heart. It certainly will get your mind moving and thinking, which is called Crazy Town. You can find this all on Spotify. It's particularly useful to think about, you know, sort of the dichotomy of and sort of how we're moving in one direction, but we're thinking about things in another way, and we can be so forward in some ways and backwards in others. It's particularly useful. So always good to have thoughts and opinions, especially when you're making transitions. People want to hear that kind of stuff and what interesting things you may be learning and consuming.
Thank you for bringing up Norton Rose Fulbright. I thought we were going to go the entire panel without talking about them. I'll throw out the Currents podcast as well. With that, I think I've taken way too much time. I'm sorry, I had too many questions, but I want to leave a little time here at the end for anyone in the audience who has any questions for our amazing, amazing panelists. I'll give you a second to muster up the courage to raise that hand. I know it's fear-inducing for sure.
Or you can type it in the chat if you're shy. Perfect.
All right, looks like we have a question. If you want to unmute yourself and ask.
Hi, so my name is Chenru. This panelist has been very, very helpful because you're covering exactly what I was thinking about. I come from a credit risk background. So specializing in infrastructure financing, looking through project finance modeling. But the thing about me is that I don't build models myself, but I'm interested in moving into investments in infrastructure assets. So one of the key aspects I was looking at is to how to improve my financial modeling skill set so that I can fit into this role. I think I was actually thinking about whether I should go for CFA, which is a very professional certification in finance, or just go for online courses to improve my financial modeling skill sets. So that is one of my questions that I would like to ask the panelists. How recognized do you think CFA is useful for this role?
Yeah, I think, Chanru, my hot take is like, if what you're solving for is a level of competence around financial modeling that's specific to, if you're pretty sure you want to do renewable energy / sustainable infrastructure, the CFA is like a huge commitment, right? Like it's a 3-year time frame, probably. You're studying for tests, etc. It's really great if you're like pursuing like a portfolio management role or like want to be an equity research analyst. But I think it's more of like a general like professional distinction that gives you credibility in our space, but not necessarily as related to like what I do from day to day. Like I certainly don't need a CFA for my job, but I understand like if it's something you want to go for to kind of like bolster your professional credibility, totally go for it. But if what you're solving for is like more robust, like kind of like to your point, you didn't build the models yourself, but you like understand the inputs. If what you're solving for is just being able to do that work, I would say your time would probably be better spent just like jamming and working through those models and chatting with folks who have that background for like some advice once you actually like go through the courses from a more functional perspective. But it doesn't necessarily mean don't pursue the CFA if it's what you want. It's more of just like, to me, that's like a general certification that's helpful broadly for finance, but you could probably like use frankly less time and get up to speed on the modeling.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Sorry, I just have one more question. So because I come from Singapore, so my coverage was Asia in the past, and I'm interested in looking for job opportunity in US. And I do realize that when I look at the job description, there are very specific requirements whereby I need to know US tax equity or US based industry experience. So I'm just wondering like how useful it is if I have like Asia backgrounds coming from emerging market. I used to do project financing in India.
Yeah.
And I was with the credit rating agency in the past. So we cover a very broad base of Asia infrastructure. So I'm just wondering whether how useful it is for me to have such experience to bring into a role in US.
I think it's super useful. I think like at the end of the day, infrastructure is infrastructure, well, whether it's built in Asia or built in the US. Tax equity is a very US specific thing that is frankly like financial engineering souped up, and like it's just a skill set and an area of like awareness to develop. I honestly think like similar to how if you're trying to get up to speed on a new technology, like you'd have to learn like how all of that works. It gets very much like, again, put on that pedestal of like mystery because it's extremely complicated. But I would say that it's all very learnable, and Pivotal 180 as well has like a pretty solid robust tax equity modeling. At the end of the day, it's just like cash flows and capital accounts and modeling that like kind of is governed by a section of the US tax code. And frankly, like the really hard stuff gets like outsourced to accountants generally, and they opine on how to do it. And you work with lawyers to make sure you're not making some wild assumption about how to count something. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of sausage making to monetize a tax credit. And the expertise that you need in it, I think, can be gained with just like brute force study, frankly. And there's I'll put a book in the chat that really helped me when I first got in. And if you get the book, you have the credibility on your desk for really like the rest of your life, which is like tax partnerships in a nutshell. You'll look very credible. People will be afraid and not want to come talk to you because you have this tax book. But it's really helpful. And someone gave that to me when I first started. And again, it just explained all the complexities and really helps for all the modeling, but very much learnable from my perspective.
Okay, that's so great to hear. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Chanru, just to add a couple of quick points here. I ended up doing the first level of the CFA. And the reason I did just the first level is because I wanted to use it as a tool to be able to learn the terminology and how these concepts were interlinking, since I did not have a finance background. And so from that standpoint, I used it as a way to be able to have a structured kind of introduction to it. But as Marissa was saying, it's a huge commitment going through all three, levels of it. I don't know that you would need to necessarily do that unless you're wanting to give yourself that kind of broad understanding of what is finance, what is accounting, how does a balance sheet work? Those different pieces, I felt like you could kind of self-teach through the CFA process if you wanted to do that, and would encourage you to, if you're thinking about it, just do like one level, see if that gives you the concepts that you needed, and you could, do something else. If you're in school though, you would probably find a bunch of classes that are going to be a little bit faster, and instead would really encourage you to do one of those like weekend workshops in terms of financial modeling. You can still write that on a resume and show that you have that kind of interest, that you've been successful in that space. That's kind of the indication that you're needing to do, so that if somebody's looking at your one page of paper and figuring out, do we want to give her an interview, yes or no, that'll check that box just as easily, if not more effectively, than saying that you're doing the CFA. So if what you're trying to do is get through that door, figure out if there are pieces like that you could be doing, if there's clubs that you could be helping out with, if there's case competitions you could be doing. Those are all going to be some of those little markers that somebody who's looking at your resume might be triggered by and put you in the yes pile for like, yes, we'd love to have a chat with her and figure out whether or not this is a good fit.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
We had a question coming through the chat from Sky, who is a sophomore at Stanford studying Earth systems and economics, who's really passionate about the space, but mentioned that a lot of the roles that she's looking at require an MBA or a couple of years of experience in traditional investment banking, and that a lot of the internships are looking for MBAs. Is there a way for college undergrads to go straight to working into climate finance?
well, Ruben, if you have, I've been talking a lot. So Ruben, if you have, or Sarah, if you have a thought, feel free.
I think my thought is, experience helps when you've worked at places that, have sort of those skills and sort of the name associated with that can sort of, bolster your resume and show that you can do the work. But I think there's also a lot to be said about online learning now, and a lot of ways to learn sort of with not direct experience, but sort of these, whether it be case competitions or other sort of online portals to be able to get that sort of experience. So as long as when you're doing like things like, hey, they provide a financial model and you hit it out of the park, they'll be like, I don't care where you came from, as long as you can do the work. And if you have that passion and sort of that experience of researching and understanding the industry that you're going to work in. I know a guy who came from Wesleyan who immediately went to work for the TMT group at JP Morgan, and people were like, how did you get that job? And he's like, I've been like steeping myself in this information for the last like 8 years. And I'm like, dude, before high school, like what have you been doing in your life? But he was just so, as opposed to sort of like their traditional routes where they were going to like Princeton and Harvard and Yale for like these roles because they thought, but he had been sort of working in space and really been in the depths of understanding the marketplace. So I think it really comes down to one, your passion, what you can bring to the table, and how you can market that in your interviews. I think the other thing is, when you're looking at different shops, different companies, you have to understand sort of how big they are, what kind of process they have as they're recruiting, and understanding like, do they have specific places that they're going to go and look at? If they are, and that's sort of, you're going to have maybe a tougher time to find your way through, but that's where sort of the networking and where you can kind of, find yourself in maybe a back door, relative to maybe smaller companies who don't have traditional roots. They may be using headhunters. They may just be sort of posting on their website and saying, hey, come find us and we'll evaluate relative to the rest of these candidates. So it's a little bespoke. It's a little bit more, you have to sort of research and figure that out. But I don't think that it's impossible. I think it's actually very reasonable, especially now and today, that you don't have to have sort of the Ivy League on your resume or sort of the investment bank totally there. I think it may be different for different jobs. And so sort of for the development shop, I think it's a little bit more of what you have and what you bring to the table, irrespective of sort of your past.
I would just tag on that to say, Sky, I hear you on the urgency of the problem. I do also think, though, it's important to keep in mind that there's kind of this, like, again, like 1 to 2 years out of school where like you're really just, your job is to become a competent professional and to like build your skill set where like you can be trusted with like doing work. I always say this, like a lot of people ask, like, does Generate hire first-year analysts? And my point of view is just like, it's not a great job for first-year analysts. It's like a little too specific. We're not training people in the way that you would go to like a Marathon or a Green Tech Capital Advisors or a Goldman or a JPM or even like a consulting firm and like get that skill set. I am very much old school in this sense. And my little sister just started her first job at Bain, and she like gets frustrated with me because she's similar to you. She's like, there are problems that need solving and I want to be working on them. And I'm like, yeah, but if you go to one of these like feeder programs, you will have a skill set that is like really robust, and like everyone will look at your resume when you're the one saying, hey, I've been working at insert bulge bracket bank, mid-tier bank, consulting firm, but my real passion lies here, and here's all these things that I've been doing to like bolster the passion. You might just like fit into the funnel of recruiting better that way, albeit it might take 1 or 2 extra years. I would just say, like, don't find it discouraging. It is to a degree just kind of how like specialized careers tend to work, because frankly, smaller like shops, whether a developer, an investment firm, or even like more boutique like consulting groups, they don't necessarily have the capacity to train like really junior folks. So you're almost better off for your career going into one of those bigger shops, because they'll have a really robust training program, which will be beneficial for you, let alone like the like brand value on your resume. So that would just be my piece of advice. Like, I know it's annoying and frustrating, especially when you want to get started, but I do think there's real benefits to doing it.
All right. I also want to let everyone know that we are technically at lunch. I think we've gone over a little bit here. So if anyone wants to take off and get some food, you are more than welcome. And that goes for our panelists as well if you have to run. no worries at all. I think there are still a few questions if anyone wants to stick around for a few more minutes. But everyone is kind of free to go here, and appreciate all of our panelists and everyone who attended today. I thought this was a fantastic panel, so I really appreciate not only our panelists, but really the engagement from the attendees too. And I saw Marco, I think you have a question or had a question.
Yes, but I lowered my hand because I know we're out of time. We're 10 minutes past, or but anyway, I guess it's just super quick. Second to project finance modeling as being the most important hard skill to have, what other skills are valuable for these types of positions? Like, is it Python? Is it data analysis? Is it, I don't know, geographical data analysis? Or so yeah.
I'll take a first stab at it. I think when you're starting off and you're at the beginning of your career, having something like that accounting, investments, financial analysis background is incredibly important. Being able to come into various different projects and be able to kind of digest what are the key attributes and how are we thinking through that is going to be really helpful. And that can come from a bunch of different disciplines. So that's where, you know, having a liberal arts background can actually come in handy. I was talking to a recently hired managing director earlier this week and was saying, if I could do school over again, the thing that I wish that I could do at this stage is, I was like, I wish I'd been a psychology major, because as you transition out, you're doing a lot of the very logical, process-oriented, programmed activities starting at the very beginning. But the further you go up, the more it's going to come into strategy-oriented questions and people management. So I think that there are ways to be able to take any sort of skill set that you're looking at and figuring out some sort of application. But depending on where you are in your career, it could make a difference in terms of maybe you want to start out with something that's a little bit more concrete in terms of an understanding of either the subject matter or the financial analysis piece. But then later on, don't forget that you're going to get to a place where you're really going to wish that you had paid more attention in organizational behavior.
And the one thing I would just add on to that quick, I think of it less of like hard skills like coding, et cetera, aside from general financial modeling, but good project management skills in the sense of like being able to just be frankly just super organized goes such a long way. Like being on top of your stuff, or highly responsive and like really effective and efficient are generally like good practice, especially for this role. I always think of it as like, think of yourself as the transaction project manager. And if you take that kind of like similar to how folks in engineering, et cetera, take project management courses, that is so much of the role. But again, more qualitative, a little softer, but I think like extremely important and really like sets people apart in terms of effectiveness.
Totally agree. I'll just add communication skills, vital. Making sure that people understand sort of the timeframes and what you're planning to produce. And then just, you know, a very solid understanding of how Excel works, Microsoft Word, and PowerPoint. That's your bread and butter. If you know those, when you become more specialized in things, and as you're looking more detailed in certain data sets, yes, learning those additional skills, but I'm not sure necessarily that they'll ask you off the bat to already know that stuff. And I think it's very reasonable to say, hey, I don't, but you know, I've been taking sort of these online classes and be willing to kind of spend my time on weekends or, you know, other times to learn those skills to be able to come up to speed on that. I think that's very reasonable. If you've shown that sort of experience in the past, that history of being able to do that, I think folks will understand.
All right. I think at this point, I'm going to try to cut us off so people do have some time to grab some food, maybe grab a little coffee too. And we will meet back here in about 15 minutes at 12:20 for our next panel on project and business development. I want to again thank our amazing panelists. I thought this was a really lively conversation and really appreciate you all joining. And please check out those links in the chat for the job site and reach out, I guess, with any other questions. Any other comments before we kind of adjourn here?
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you,
Fabulous job
YPE.
moderating, Pat. This is great.
Great job, Pat.
Well, it was a pleasure. You made it easy. All right, so I think we'll call it there, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I know it's been a day full of lots of great insights, so we appreciate you staying on for this last portion of the event in project and business development. So I just wanted to give a quick introduction to myself, the panelists. Then we're going to just cover a few questions that we have prepared. Then we'll have lightning round advice, and then at the end we'll have an open Q&A from the audience. We really want to, make this interactive, make sure you guys get the most out of this that you can. So we're really excited to hear your questions and comments. So I'll just start. Hi, everyone. My name is Melina Acevedo. I'm currently a sales analyst at Nextracker. We're a provider of solar trackers for mostly utility scale projects and also some commercial and industrial. And my role is basically to project manage these tracker projects all the way from the initial request for a proposal, request for a quote, all the way through the contracting. And our customers are developers, EPCs, or one of the manufacturers that are involved in kind of this project development process. And my background is, so I graduated from Princeton in 2016. I studied chemistry, material science and engineering, kind of had a very nonlinear path into this industry, which is why I'm really motivated to make it a lot more accessible and a lot more inclusive. So I'm really happy to be here. I'm on the board of YPE SF Bay Area. I'm currently the VP of Community along with Govinda, and I helped lead the scholarship program this year, which we launched. And now I'll just start. If I could get a quick intro from each panelist, if you just want to give a brief intro to yourself, describe your current role, your current responsibilities. Stella, do you want to take it first?
I unmute myself first day. Hey, hello. Hello, everyone. Nice meeting you here at the YP Career Expo. My name is Stella Kim. I'm currently working at Adapter Renewables as a business development manager, mainly working on project acquisitions. My company, Adapter Renewable, we develop and acquire, own and operate utility scale solar projects and assets. And we were incorporated in 2011, majority owned by Kirby. That's the interesting part here. The Kirby is an investment company founded to promote the sustainable future for the family ownership by Lego. So do you know that Lego is investing over 400 million in sustainability efforts? Adapter is part of that. I'm working on M&A. What M&A means in the renewable energy company is acquiring and selling the project and developing the contract project to construction. So that's kind of my main work. And I'm responsible for initial screening of the projects, managing due diligence, and important parts of negotiating solar and storage M&A transactions, ranging from single asset purchase to pipeline acquisition as well, and pretty much cover all of the country. And maybe I can add a little bit more, and maybe we'll discuss a little bit later, as my day-to-day function and job is very much cross-functional, very interdepartment collaboration with the various teams. Is a finance, legal, engineering, and also, of course, external consultants or the vendor like Nextracker and due diligence all to close the deal. Of course, working with a counterparty for that's my major job for as M&A manager.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Stella. That was a great nugget to learn that Legos is involved. Yeah. Yazan, do you want to take it away next?
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, Melina. So I'm also with Nextracker. I'm Director of Business Development for the CNI Group. So as Melina was mentioning, most of Nextracker's business is focused on utility scale. I head up and run our business unit focused on the commercial and industrial sector. So really working with our partners in the space, they're trying to power their factories, their farms, and any other self-energy consuming assets that run through different applications, behind the meter, distributed generation, and any other community solar application, really. I'm gonna kind of represent a non-traditional path into the space. So myself, I'm a first generation immigrant, landed in the US 2014, very little money, no experience, and didn't really know anybody here. Ended up finding my way into a kind of entry-level content analyst gig at Google through a company called Accenture. My coworker at the time, who we're going to talk about how to enter the space at a later portion of this, so we'll talk about it in more detail, but I was essentially brought into Nextracker as an entry-level analyst 5 years ago, took on the team, grew it, brought on people and trained people like Melina into a 30-person global team. So yeah, really passionate about building teams. Happy to be here to bring in, kind of my, I guess, non-traditional entry into the space. I didn't come through, general education, I guess. And yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Yazan. Really excited to have you. Really excited to hear your perspective, which is very much very unique. And last but not least, we have Brandon Dawson. Brandon, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. Brandon Dawson. I'm the director of Sierra Club California. We are the legislative and regulatory advocacy arm for all 13 chapters of Sierra Club. We represent nearly 600,000 members and supporters here in California, based in Sacramento. A lot of the work I do is activism and organizing, and so we make sure that people, contact their legislators and get out to public meetings and whatnot on renewable energy projects and supporting those, but also opposing some projects that we don't necessarily agree with. So a lot of the work that I do is having meetings with renewable energy developers and trying to, negotiate projects as appropriately as possible in ways that benefit both the environment, but also the communities that they're built in. So that's kind of how I moved into this, kind of what I represent on this panel, at least. My background is actually in environmental and energy law. I worked with the Justice Department in Washington, D.C., doing litigation work for the conservation in space, and specifically challenging some renewable energy projects that hadn't completed their compliance processes, but also, helping to support projects and other federal agencies in developing their own renewable energy projects and permitting processes. So that's kind of how I moved into this space, and I'm really excited to be here. So thanks so much.
Thank you all. I'm really excited to hear from all of you and your various backgrounds. It's interesting to see how kind of they piece together into the broader project development space. So kind of speaking about, career trajectories, I think Yazan, you touched on it a little bit. But our first question is really about kind of to connect here with the audience who are looking to get, their first job into clean energy, or maybe they're just starting out, or they want to transition into clean energy and sustainability. So I guess I'm really curious to know what was your trajectory really like getting into the space? What drew you to it? Anything in particular that you felt like you were really passionate about and you had to pursue? Just really, really interested in learning more about your trajectory and how you got there. So if Brandon, do you want to start first?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm originally from Texas, San Antonio to be exact. My grandparents and my mother's side of the family is from Houston. So we'd very regularly visit Houston and the Gulf Coast. And when we'd visit those areas, I noticed there was a lot of drilling for fossil fuels and a lot of extraction happening. And those were having detrimental impacts on the communities that were around them. And I also noticed that a lot of those communities look like myself, but they also look like more brown folks as well. And that was really devastating, just to kind of see like the siting and the compliance measures that weren't being taken. And so I went to college at Texas A&M University and started out with an engineering pathway, but decided I wanted to get more into the actual policy side of things. And so graduated from there with a degree in environmental science and policy, and then went to law school, where I really wanted to help figure out how we can better put these projects and renewable and energy projects on a path for better compliance methods. And so I went to law school and then graduated working and worked for the federal government. I ended up here in California a couple of years ago as a policy advocate with Sierra Club, doing primarily conservation work. And so on the conservation side of things, the intersection between renewable energy siting and how that affects the built environment and the environment around it was really kind of what I was working on, specifically as it relates to biodiversity, but also resources that may or may not be available, such as pipelines, piping, but also the effects of solar or wind on a specific landscape. And it wasn't necessarily that we were opposed to those projects by any means, but we did have some concerns, or we were looking for ways to make those projects more environmentally conscious. And so that's really where I got into this space and kind of was moved into this trajectory. So.
Thank you, Brandon, for sharing. It's very inspiring to all of us. Stella, do you want to go next?
Sure. Well, I really appreciate that question. And then I will not gonna speak about how passionate I was in the energy or renewable energy and solar. I guess everyone's here. We have the same amount of passion that we have, and then we are going for that. So I had a chance to look back how when I got into this industry and how I did it, get my first foot in the door. That's kind of like back in going back to 8 years ago. And was it difficult? Was it easy? Yeah, it was very hella difficult. And I guess it was 8 years ago, I have to think about it a little bit more, and I have to start from what was the beginning. So I was in my master at UCLA studying international relations. It's not really related to energy anything, but my research was the US government and Chinese government promotion on the energy and is related to geopolitics, energy strategy. So I start my career, or my start line is kind of starting from academic training and focus on a specific topic. So I believe that that was my start line, and being interested in the energy market, specifically solar. However, without any relevant work experience, I'm sure, it's very challenging to get the first job. And I hear it all the time. And if you are not an engineer, if you are not really a finance person for a specific topic, if you're not a legal person, well, Brandon, sorry, but legal person, and who has in the arts and humanity major, it's hard to find a thread. So I thought my research helped me a lot, and at least showing that what I had an academic training and what I was focused on during my academic training. And then that was kind of my first start. And then I started my career as regional development manager for the company. They want to bring some investment to PV module technology and manufacture and production, then move to a little bit of downstream, which is utility scale solar projects. So since then, I continue developing and growing my career in one specific area. So to sum what I say is, if you cannot really find a thread, actually you can start from anywhere. It doesn't have to be really work experience, but it could be starting from academic training. Maybe I can go beyond a PhD on the geopolitics, but well, I ended up in a business, but I think that's how I start. And then I understand sometimes it's very difficult to put your foot in the first thing to put your foot in the door. But I think that was one thing that I will emphasize, and I can explain a little bit more in a Q&A and throughout this session how I started and how you can find a thread.
Thank you, Stella. I very much relate with kind of your story and your background. Just kind of getting your foot in the door in the first job can often be really the hardest part, especially a lot of jobs in clean tech and sustainability. Entry level doesn't really mean entry level. So I can totally relate with you. Very excited to learn more. And last but not least, we have Yazan. Yazan, do you want to take it from here?
Sure thing. Thanks, Melina. Yeah, I definitely want to echo, I think, what both of you said. So one, Stella, right, the amount of passion in the community is so evident that everybody's here on Saturday at noon talking about it. right? So we all agree collectively how passionate we are about this. And I'm going to come in from maybe a different perspective, where when I entered the industry, I wasn't really passionate about it. So I started off like super entry level. And what I mean by that is like intern level, entry level. And as I mentioned, first generation immigrant, I had a lot of bills to pay for in addition to everything else, and legal fees and stuff like that, just going through the immigration process. So when I started at Nextracker, I was making barely any money to live off of. I was also newly married, so tons of responsibility there. I was working 2 other jobs at the time. So I'm not gonna sit here and say that I was passionate about the industry back then. Over the past 5 years, and this is why I'm here today, right? The fire, the community, the people I was working with, I got to know the industry. And coming in as a sales analyst in 2017 into Nextracker, and 4.5 years later, director of business development, I would say I've made a really good career in the company. There's a lot of growth, and you're definitely doing the right thing by being here and asking all these questions. You're already on the right track. How did I get into this space? I got pulled in by somebody I know, just like a lot of other people in this group. So I would say, continue to work hard in everything you do, even if it seems super minor. You'd never know who you're going to rub off on and where that's going to take you. That's how I got into the space, and honestly, it changed my life. So yeah, that's my background.
Thank you, Zahn. You've definitely been a very inspirational, what's the word? Example for me, just to see how far someone can go at a company. So I'm really excited to have your perspective here. So we're going to kind of move into the next question, which I think a few of you kind of touched already, especially Yazan as well, kind of getting the referral to your job. But so kind of thinking along those lines, like how would you actually land a job, right? So what steps maybe would you recommend that someone take so that they're prepared to enter into the project and business development world? This can be along the lines of education, training, internship, maybe skills that you think are important to develop. So I think just kind of giving your take on that, I think would be very valuable. Yazan, do you want to start us off first?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I would say, in terms of always be on a path to learning, right? Over these past 5 years and even beyond, I've been reading a lot of books. Some books that I would recommend anyone going into this business development type function are Getting Things Done by David Allen. It completely transformed the way I live my life. I would say Never Split the Difference, and a very crucial negotiation book. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a F. I'm not sure if I can curse here, but I know I'm on some people's speakers. People got kids, so I'm not going to say the word right now. That is a really good book. And then the last one is more of a textbook. Melina, you and I have gone back and forth on this one. If you are interested in the EPC and development type of contractual work, there's a really good textbook. I can actually drop the link at some point here. Maybe Melina, if you're dropping in, you already have it. I would say that is a really good book about just contracts, clauses, force majeure, things that, essentially lawyers speak that us non-lawyers need to know to be successful in the industry. Yeah, that's kind of my take. Books, take it, learn from the people around you, and ask a lot of questions.
Thank you, Zahn. Those are definitely great resources that I've definitely checked out. It was really funny when you said Never Split the Difference. I literally have my copy on my desk right now. I'm starting to read through. Very, very valuable. Next, Brandon, do you have any insights you can share around this?
Maybe probably a little different. I think my education was probably the biggest advantage I had. like I said, I studied environmental science policy, and then also am a lawyer. So that's always in high demand, especially when it comes to business development and whatnot. But I think in my role now, getting into the kind of the more negotiating with businesses and developers and working with them at state agencies, one of the biggest things is just having a rapport with those entities, because you see them a lot across the table. And so in the same way that both Stella and Yazan kind of mentioned, making yourself known in this space and just having conversations with people, I think that is really advantageous, regardless of kind of where you're at in your career, because you never know at what point you'll need that contact. I think that's been super helpful. There have been people that I met when I was an attorney in DC that have moved out here to California and are working for the Energy Commission or the PUC now, and that's been super crucial in my advocacy. So like that has been very, very helpful, I would say, just making sure that you have, putting yourself out there and you're not shy to do that when you need to, is probably one of the biggest things. But it doesn't help, like I said, it doesn't hurt to have education, although I recognize that is not something that everyone can get right away. But if you are able to have that, it would definitely be able to use those networks that can build for sure.
Thank you, Brandon, on your take on that. Last but not least, Stella, do you have any recommendations for the group?
Oh, I have a lot of recommendations. So okay,
go for it.
Yeah, well, I guess I have we are going to have plenty of time to discuss later too. As I mentioned earlier, having academic training is always good, because although probably you will start your career as analyst, I think a lot of I guess like depending on the company how you call, and I would say junior, but junior doesn't mean like beginner, or a junior means 2 or 3 years experience professional, we call juniors, and they often to have a title analyst. And the function of the analyst is supporting of the development activities, significantly conducting market research such as power purchase price, regulatory policy change, and now even like a supply chain, depending on the way you are at, and new technology like a battery or some other like hybrid, some stuff, all the like new technology coming in this non-stop evolving industry. So those kind of things requires a lot of research, analyzing. So that's why I said like your academic training would help, of course. And also you can try to learn and get familiar with a specific tool that will use for the work function. So the finance model, I use that every day. You got to be familiar with some Excel and some other spreadsheet that is having a finance model. And project development tool, there are a lot of collaboration tool, like PM tools. And also another thing, like we use a lot of GIS, like a geographic information systems, like simply Google Earth. And then also you got to be familiar with power market map. Where is a CAISO? Where is a PJM? Like they're all the different regulatory, if market's different. But I think that's one thing that you can get the information even from the job description. They will say what you need to. It doesn't mean that you have to master those kind of tools, but when you have a time of prepare and the resources coming from there too. And also if you're interested in knowing more about the tools and the function in this project development, business development, I believe that YPE also has some workshop in the future. I believe a lot of like organization, they have a workshop, and I believe that it's gonna happen in November. And I'm sure it will be discussed more and more like a function specific, and then you will get more information from those kind of in the conference, in the workshop, and they will provide a lot of information, not only just informative like how you getting this, but actual function, actual practical work. So I think getting all the resources from a different route, but I try to give you a more practical way to get the information. Is a lot of out there, textbook, book, podcast, even I can get the information from job description. So I think that's a way that you can get some good resources.
Thank you guys for sharing some great nuggets of advice there. So our next question kind of goes a little bit into more of the mechanics of getting a job. what I guess I'm curious, like, what have been your experiences with recruiting and hiring? What do you think are the most kind of effective strategies for finding a job in this field? I know we've kind of mentioned that finding your first job would be really difficult. So I guess thinking about our audience, which are, students either in college or graduate programs, or early careers, transitioning professionals. Do you have any insights into kind of strategies that helped you along the way when you were either recruiting, hiring? Stella, do you want to take it first?
Sure. Yeah, I believe that we may say the similar thing, because I think there's no like perfect way to get in. I will say that it's going to be very similar, but if you have a brilliant idea, I want to hear that too. But my idea is, like, I will say, get connected. I think that's overall, get connected anywhere, whoever. Finding an organization like YPE, and the organization that I was involved in is Women in Sustainability and Clean Tech, and Women of Renewable Industry and Sustainable Energy Co-Rise. And even it's not in like clean tech, but it's still like there is one organization, Women in Technology International. I think I pretty much all the women's organization, which is I am. I mean, you will get a lot of information from there. And easily now we have LinkedIn, we have like great tool to find those kind of organization. They have event all the time. So I think first you will meet a good peer and seniors and young professionals there, and who are also well connected. So you're not just getting connected to one organization, but it's just, you will see the similar people, similar group of people here and there. So I think that's one way, and then you will find the market and insights and opportunity. That's a major thing. And also you will also have some experience for the leadership as well. It's very important. And then you will, what I recommend is like connect with in personally. I know this is a hard part, how you're going to get personally. I mean, message, email, I think either way, but because I was in the group, I was in the organization, I cannot really refer it to you. And then that's one thing that I will give you some tips for that. And then one other thing is those organizations, they have their own job board. So you may be able to access exclusive opportunity or earlier than what they're going to post, or they're going to reach out to the recruiter. That's way. But I think using those organizations, they have very exclusive job board as well. And then you will have a faster access, or you can get a better reference from there. I think that will be another way or better way to get some information about opportunity from compared to just public information from out there. So I think that will be my one recommendation, my one insight on that.
Thank you, Stella. I know that was really insightful. I know when I was looking for my first job in solar, one of the organizations you mentioned, Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability, they actually also run a mentorship program. And that's how I met Stella. She wasn't my mentor, but she was one of the other mentors. And I have to say that really helped me land my first job. I think just working with, a more established mentor, especially someone that's a woman in this industry, it was so inspirational. Kind of just a really good pick me up to have someone, believe that you can do this. So definitely kind of echo what you said about these these like professional organizations. Young Professionals in Energy, of course, Clean Energy Leadership Institute, Women in Clean Tech and Sustainability, Women in Renewable Industries and RISE. I can't remember what it stands for, but there are a lot of organizations, and they're not just limited to women, also allies. So definitely get involved. Don't be afraid. I think networking is very important. And last but not least, Brandon, do you have any insights you want to share about that?
Oh, sure. I think, getting your first job, or even just kind of transitioning from a first job is always kind of difficult, and does really rely on kind of who you know and who you've contacted a lot of the time. I think Yazan had mentioned this earlier, like he got into this industry because he like knew someone in it. And I think that's always key. even if you're not in the industry itself currently, reaching out and just kind of making a connection. And if you're a student, then that means one of your professors probably knows someone in the industry that they can connect you with, especially if you're a grad student. I think that that's always useful. But just like using your networks kind of that you just mentioned, Melina, so those organizations that really cater towards like this community, but also provide not only these types of panels, career panels, but also just social outlets too. I think those are always great. Obviously, pre-COVID that was different, but nowadays I would still try to attend some mixers if you could, safely, of course, especially if they're virtual. And then lastly, I don't think it's always bad to just when I was at DOJ and I wanted to leave, I literally spent just hours just scrolling in those with the like for jobs on Indeed, LinkedIn, Google Jobs, literally anything, and just kind of put like environmental policy in quotes and then like California, and just was scrolling, and like that was really how I found those jobs, or at least came to the conclusion of what kind of jobs that I would like to apply for. And then from there, I started kind of tailoring exactly what I wanted my applications to look like, and then would submit those to places that I actually wanted to work at. And a lot of those were NGOs, and a lot of them were nonprofits. But I still found that there were some private companies that were still in this space and were still doing a lot of the similar work, but just for private entities. And so that was nice to know. But throughout that interview process, I've made connections that I now use at working at Sierra Club. And so that's been useful as well. And then lastly, and I think Melina mentioned this earlier, is like not being afraid to just kind of put yourself out there, like no matter what. I think is always key. I wouldn't consider myself a pretty like extroverted person, or even like a not like a kind, well, no, I'm kind, but like or just like a friendly person. But I understand that like in this space there's so little people that look like me, and people who actually like care about the issues that I care about sometimes, that it's easier to kind of stand out and also to connect with those who do. And that has been very useful in making those connections that have only helped me in my role. So that's always been nice, and I wouldn't be able to do that if I wasn't just putting myself out there daily almost at this point. So yeah.
Thank you guys. I totally agree, Brandon, with what you said. Putting yourself out there can be really important. I know when you're just starting out in your career, it can definitely be really intimidating. I know I was really intimidated in college, reaching out to recruiters, reaching out to hiring managers. I definitely think that like utilizing your networks is really important. So I guess I'm curious to hear a little bit more about, if you could share kind of the power of networking. How exactly do you go about doing that? Maybe for some of our younger audience who are students, they're kind of starting to research what kind of jobs they want, what kind of industries they're interested in. Do you guys have any thoughts about how to make that first step when it comes to networking, getting a referral to a job? Any ideas there?
Well, before we go there, can I just tie something back really quick?
Mm-hmm.
So Brandon, you brought up something really important, which is a lot of people frown on going into LinkedIn and like scrolling endlessly because it's not the most effective use of your time or whatever. Exactly, that eye roll, I agree. It's super important, actually, and it's even more important to take Brandon's advice and apply Stella's advice. Go pull that job description, look at the skills, right? And if you don't have them, that's what you need to learn. The one thing I think, even with Melina and like how I've coached at least the team that I was trying to build at Nextracker, is, you want to work really, really, really hard, but not too hard. You want to work just hard enough to where you have just enough free time to learn the thing you need to learn to go to that next level. So when you're an analyst, you want to learn how to be a manager. When you're a manager, you want to learn how to be a director. And that's what's going to get you there. Continue to keep track of your objectives from like a corporate standpoint, but also from a learning standpoint. It is really critical to tie back what Brandon and Stella said and put that together practically. it'll really help you kind of take your career forward. Just want to tie that back before we go into the networking. Sorry. Yeah.
No, that's really good. I really appreciate you kind of connecting the dots there with this advice. Definitely very practical for I think a lot of us. Do you have any thoughts on the other questions?
I guess Brandon, you feel like I feel like you want to say something. Go ahead, jump in.
Yeah, I was just making sure your question was about networking, right? And the power of networking. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, very important. I always think even if you're a student, utilizing the power and influence that your professors has is, I think, very important. It is not even necessary that you need to be like a research assistant for them or like in good grace with them or anything, but well, it's always beneficial, obviously. But if you know that there's a professor who's worked in the industry that you want to work in or has done the work that you want to kind of get your foot in the door in, just, asking them out to coffee, and even if you haven't had a class with them yet, asking them about their interests, and that's good. One, because you're actually putting yourself out there and putting yourself on their radar so they can think of you whenever they're talking to their friends in the industry. But two, you never know, like you might need a letter of recommendation or something later down the line that connection will be useful for. And then if you also are like a grad student, for instance, I know that my program would regularly have in the cities throughout where our alumni were working, they would have like graduate alumni like mixers and receptions and whatnot, and they would invite students to go there on the school's dime. At that time, I don't know if they still do this, but they would invite students to go there to actually be able to mingle and mix with like alumni from that program in that city and in that industry where they wanted to work at. So that was always key as well. There were a lot of those in California, but also in DC. So that was nice, and I would regularly take advantage of those as much as possible. And then if you're in your role already and you're kind of at the lower on the totem pole in your role currently, just reaching out to people who work at other companies, I think, is always nice, and finding out kind of what they're doing in a way that obviously isn't like revealing any corporate secrets or whatnot, but like finding out like what their interests are and just kind of how they are engaging in this space is always nice, because then you have someone you can talk to outside of your own corporation, but eventually like you might need a contact or a connection that is easier to make at that point. So I think that's probably what advice I would give. Stella, do you have anything?
Yeah, well, just a little bit adding, maybe we're talking the same thing, but one thing I would say, finding a mentor. I think that will be a good streamline that you will find a lot of information and insights. I know and then the question is how you're gonna get a mentor. Yes, that's another part. But yeah, your professor that Brandon mentioned could be your mentor, or like someone senior from who you met in the mixer could be a mentor. But having a good mentor, and then if you ask, can you be my mentor? If someone say no, and then it's really maybe you're not really gonna be that person is not gonna be a good mentor too. But I think everyone is I'm sure pretty much everyone is gonna welcome to be a mentor, and they love to talk and discuss, because I think this is also a great opportunity for someone who want to be a good leadership or a good leader, or it's as a peer thing. We are in the same industry, we are kind of have the same passion on certain thing. It's just like a sharing, is like a good group. And then who could be a mentor, who could be mentee, I think it doesn't matter at the end, but still you are finding a good mentor is going to help a lot. And not only just because I need a reference, yes, but I think having a good mentor and a multiple mentor is also good, and it's going to get you a lot of insights. And even practical, like maybe mentor can help your salary negotiation. Like it's not just on the actual thing, because that's another important, because recruiter, LinkedIn, or the company is not going to help you too. But I think having a good mentor is actually one of the key that you can maybe approach the market easily and better way. So I will add on that.
Yeah, definitely second that for sure. And when looking at how you can enter the market from the outside, and in my sense, right, I didn't come through education or a network in that sense. That's kind of where I was saying it's really important to work hard in everything that you do, because you never know when you're going to rub off on the right people. Right. And when, at least when looking at that in the lens of what you both are saying, I really appreciate both of your backgrounds, because it's so true, right? Brandon, you mentioned something important. It's sometimes people who don't necessarily look like you or understand where you're coming from won't necessarily give you the support that someone who's on your level would, right? And then same thing with Stella, where you're talking about like the women in sustainability and how much that helped you, right? I think a lot of reaching out to people is understanding why would someone want to help, and you'd be very surprised to see how many people really want to help in this space. You know, especially when you're young, just starting off in your career, people want to help. And it's just breaking that ice with a quick message, finding the right person to talk to, whether they went to the same school as you or grew up in the same city. There's a little something to relate to, so that it's not just a dry, I'm trying to get a reference, can you be my mentor type, like Stella's saying, right? It's all about relationships. And I think earlier in this career expo was brought up that the industry is so big, and as you get to know people, you realize how small it really is, right? And so get yourself out there, it'll help you a lot for sure.
Totally agree. Thank you, Zan, for your insight there. So next we're going to go into some lightning round advice, and then we'll open it up to the audience for a Q&A. So my question for you, Brandon, if you want to start us off first, what are some good resources to learn about this function, whether that's kind of publications or podcasts, classes, conferences, kind of a few things we touched upon, or what's one piece of advice that you would give someone considering this function, or yourself potentially, you know, if you were younger, what advice would you give yourself?
I'm gonna go with the second one. Mm-hmm. What piece of advice I would give my younger self? I would say this is hard, because I feel like it's okay. Well, so I think, okay, so I think the piece of advice I would give myself is it's okay to not know exactly what you want to do. I really do. Like, and I think a lot of people say that and they are just saying it, but I really do think it's okay just to not know exactly what you want to do, because if you think you want to do something, you're going to be in that, you're going to go in that, you're going to plan your life for that. And then you'll be in this job, and eventually you'll figure out that like, that's not what you signed up for. Or that's not exactly what you signed up for. And that's going to be disheartening to know you put all this time and effort into this role that you're not passionate about. And that sucks. But at the same time, you know, like it's fine to just kind of figure out what you want to do and take a role that you are happy with for right now, at least. Like I said, I'm not an attorney anymore, and I only practiced law for like 2 years, but that experience I'm grateful for, but that's not what I want to ever do again. I never want to be in a courtroom again. I want to actually be interacting with the people who are like working on the ground on these projects, and like are, you know, trying to better the environment that way. Do I need a law degree to do that? Probably not, but it's helpful. So I think it's okay to figure that out later, but also at the same time, not really, you know, tie yourself down by any means earlier. So.
Thank you, Brandon. I think that's really important advice. I feel like I'm still figuring out what I want to do. I think maybe in the last year or two, I've gotten a lot more clarity about it. So I think that's very important to highlight. So I appreciate you bringing that up. Next is Stella. Do you have any insights to either good resources to kind of enter the space, or just advice that you would give someone who's looking to enter it?
Sure. Yeah, I did the same thing. I like vigorously like looking for classes, like, and then taking webinar, but you will find something like very broad topics. But at that time, like I was like want to take some like topic specific or like a function specific thing, but sometimes it might be free. you got to pay a lot for taking those kind of specific courses and classes. So, but what I thought is, I mean, I'm going to echo what Brandon's saying, like, you don't need to know everything. And that's kind of one thing. And then especially my job as a business development manager, and also I used to be a project developer. So I have to like build a project from the scratch. So I have to understand like a full spectrum of project development, like land acquisition, which is the real estate, and permitting related to environment, and interconnection related to engineering, and the power marketing related to electric market, like the power prices. But one tip for you that I can give it to you is just find what you are good at and strong at and interested in. I mean, it might be difficult to even like analyze yourself what you are good at it, but I think starting from there is important too, because other than that, you gotta really like master a lot of different aspects. It's just gonna like, you're gonna be disappointed a lot, and then just never think that, oh, I'm achieving anything, because it's so broad. There are some portion of the project development I may not know, I may less know on that, but I think the starting point is, for example, what I did, I look for resources, specifically environmental impact on the solar project. That's how I start, like what I'm gonna look for. Any resource is, you cannot really just project development. There's a lot of project development resources, but I wanna study or get information more specific things, and then which is I was interested in environment impact on the solar project development, and then that will connecting to the permitting aspect. And why do we need to get permit? Difficult to get permit in certain region, and certain region is easy. There's not even permit required. So those kind of things you will eventually know throughout the work experience. But the starting point is, maybe you can find some specific topic that you're interested in, starting from there. And also what I use is, there are a lot of also research paper, but that's why maybe you can narrow down the project or the work specific, or in like a topic specific. I use law firms, consulting firms, white papers a lot. And because they give a lot of executive summaries, and you can just like master the summary. And then I also use non-private organization, like Solar Energy Industry Association, SIA, and then NREL. Those are a lot of reports. It's for free, and could be sometimes it's 100 pages, but you can at least find some specific topic, and maybe is what is a kind of trend right now, what is like an important topic at the moment. So I will kind of strongly recommend that finding your topic, that what you're interested in, and digging up from there. And then maybe you can spending your time or extending your kind of effort to find more information from there. Otherwise, maybe you'll get lost. And then also another thing, what I'm just keep echoing what Brandon said, you don't need to know everything, and do not discourage because you don't know this. So I think that's why, like, finding something that you are good at and you're interested in that's the first thing I will do to myself in the back then.
Thank you, Stella. I definitely, your words definitely echo with me. You don't need to know everything. I think oftentimes, like, there are very few jobs that you actually can't, learn on the job. I think a lot of it is also just like knowing who to ask for help, knowing where to go for kind of the topics that you aren't familiar with. I think that's really important as well. Last but not least, Yazan, do you have any words of advice or your thoughts on some resources that would be helpful to kind of enter the space?
Sure. I think the resources, I think.
Oh my God, they have so much shit.
Wait. That was someone else.
Yeah, I think that was someone else. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah, the resources, I think, Stella, you nailed it, right? There's tons of resources. You just got to figure out what are the resources you want, because it can get overwhelming. There's a lot of magazines specifically for PV, right? And then for wind, for all the different areas. So whatever you're interested in, I would say go after the magazines. It's very easy to read. It's pretty straightforward. It's not like a 100-page report, but it'll give you the gist of what you need to get to go and do your research from there, and go deep, like Stella's saying, into the 100, 200-page reports. whenever that's kind of what you're going after. In terms of words of advice, I guess two different ways. Things I would tell my younger self: don't stress. If it's not working out, you'll figure it out eventually, right? The other thing would be whatever you're in. I think to Brandon's experience, right? Whatever you're in right now is not what you're going to be in forever. Make the best of what you got, take it forward, and you don't know what's coming next. I'm sure, Brandon, when you were an attorney, you thought, shit, I'm going to be an attorney for life. Right? After all that student debt, you better be. But like, so like, you know, it's one of those things. Things move on, things change. Our strength is in our ability to adapt to change, not in our ability to control it. So yeah, that's kind of words of advice from my end. Otherwise, I would say you're doing the right thing, right? Reaching out to the community, asking these questions. I know I've said it before, but I'd say it again. You're definitely doing the right thing. This is what I wish I knew I should be doing 5 years ago. So yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Zahn, for sharing. Very, very valuable. You've definitely been a great mentor for me as well at Next Tracker, so I really appreciate that. So in the next part, we were just hoping to open it up for to the audience for just an open Q&A. So if you have any questions that you want to ask these three, encourage you to speak up now, or you can raise your hand in Zoom. Do we have any questions from the audience? Michelle, do you want to go first?
Yeah. Hi. Oh, I'll just put on my camera. Hi. My question is, when is the point where you realize that you might need to transition to something different? As you guys say that what you initially start with, you might not be in the next 5, 10, 15 years or so. So when do you decide that you need to make that pivot point? What are the factors that kind of make you, I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, like make that transition?
I can go first if no one's going to go first. So for me, it was when I started to feel like I wasn't as excited to do the job that I was doing right then and there. That's when I realized I wanted to do something else. So, you know, for 2 years while at Next Tracker, I was a people manager. So I managed the team of sales analysts. I managed their program. I managed their career path, mentorship, etc. And it was not exactly what I wanted to do. I did it. I would like to say I tried to do a good job, right? But ultimately, towards the end of it, I realized I really wanted to work in the community solar space. I really cared about that application, and I wasn't as excited to log on in the morning. And now I'm working all day and all night because I'm really excited about what I'm doing in the company. Yeah. Brendan, why did you stop being an attorney?
Well, I mean, part of my reason is completely unrelated to like internal feelings. I worked for the federal government, and the president was Donald Trump, so that was a large part, quite frankly, doing environmental work. I'm not gonna lie, that was a large part of the reason. But I also, within my own organization now, Sierra Club, like I said, I've been here for 3.5 years, but for two and a half of those years, I was a policy advocate working specifically on lands issues and water issues and wildlife issues. And I felt like I was doing the best I could there. Like I wanted to expand my knowledge, and I wanted to expand the role that I had within the organization. So, but I didn't think there was going to be able to do that anytime soon because my boss was not leaving anytime soon. And then one random day, she was like, "Oh, hey, I'm going to retire, and I want you to be like the director after I leave." And like that was a great opportunity for me because it literally was exactly what I wanted. And I know that that's not easy to come across, but that's exactly what happened. And so, but even before she had that conversation with me, I was feeling like I needed more responsibility. I wanted to stay with this organization, but I wanted to use my skill set in a different manner. And that's kind of what I had thought about. And I was thinking about figuring out how to either leave the organization and do that, or try to figure out if I could like make my own role within the organization and do that. But then this opportunity came along and I was really grateful for that. So yeah. Stella?
Well, I can tell you my experience. So I actually changed and transferred my job function and my work from the project developer to M&A, more kind of like more commercial negotiation thing. So how I change it or how I transfer that and why so I guess it's also like there's time that I was like kind of aware what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. So it's not just because I'm not good at a certain thing, oh, I'm moving to different thing, but I know myself, I'm very like detail oriented. I like to have some building some network instead of maybe waiting for the project to build for 3 or 4 years. Maybe I'm not that patient for that. I want to go on a 6-month transaction. Maybe that's more suitable for myself. So there's some always kind of like, maybe I will in the first 3 or 4 years, I was working as a given, like a given task. Like you're doing this one, and then after some of experience accumulated, and also I'm realized myself, and then also some of feedback from my coworker, from company or my coworkers, that I am good at data room, or I'm good at due diligence. I'm a fighter for getting more pennies for the project acquisitions. So you will see yourself throughout the working experience. And then that was kind of big thing for me, because it's a challenging, because negotiation, I have to really read a lot of legal documents, because M&A is based on the legal documents. So it's a challenging thing, but I realized myself, and maybe I'm good at this one. I want to go for that. I want to challenge myself. And that's one transition. And whether it's given or like you're really like seeking for some transition, I think I open up myself first, that, okay, let's do it. If not, maybe I'm not good at this one, but still in the same, maybe it was easier for me because it's still same kind of like organization, same work scope. So I will say, don't be afraid of being doing a different function, different job, and different work. If not, maybe still you are getting experience. So I'm not sure that was a good answer for you, but anyway, that was my experience, how I transferred from the developer to M&A.
No, thank you. That was really helpful.
Thank you all for answering that. Next question, we have a question from Brandon. Hi, Brandon. I actually know him from college. It's good to see you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time on a Saturday, as everyone has said. This has been extremely interesting to visit. As Melina said, I also graduated from Princeton in 2017, and similar to Brandon, I got a degree in environmental science, but I was really passionate about social justice, so I decided to work in law, and I worked in international immigration law for 4 years. During the pandemic, I realized I did not want to be an attorney. So I kind of transitioned to working as a data analyst. And now I'm hoping to transition into the realm of solar and clean tech. And actually, one of the things that I found very, very interesting and actually kind of challenging is in doing these conversations is connecting with the people you're networking as a diverse candidate, because I'm a queer person of color, first gen, low income, and a lot of the men who I've been speaking with, specifically men, are cisgendered, straight, older white men. And understanding the importance of having an advocate for you in your network, I've been wondering what the panelists can say are the tips that they've had for either kind of connecting with a mentor, connecting with someone you're networking with, or even just like maybe having conversations about, in my case, I'm really passionate about environmental justice, and that's really, I think, informed by my own identities. And sometimes it's difficult I found myself having difficulty connecting with the people I'm trying to like sell myself to, because they don't necessarily have the language or the understanding of like gender stuff or sexuality stuff or like systemic racism, and it's like, I was curious about if any of the panelists have tips for kind of connecting with folks as a diverse candidate.
Good question. such a good question, and try to find because I feel you. I'm with you. I'm the colored woman in this kind of solar industry. I'm not. Well, I would say this is a pretty male-dominant industry because it's very like even from the infrastructure, it's a construction. Still, it's pretty much like when I used to do project development, I have to really go out there somewhere and they never seen any Asian women. I don't know, they look at a different way. It happening still is in the US too. And that's why I feel a lot of things that what you're saying on still I'm figuring out. I'll be honest, I'm still figuring out same thing. I'm still figuring out. That's why this woman in clean tech energy, those kind of organization, maybe that's why kind of finding a thread a little bit. It's like a thread is a broad one. Maybe women, I have some like I can talk about a lot of things about being a woman in this industry is how bad it is, or how challenging it is, how suck it is. And that's why I think, well, yeah, I don't. That's one way that I try. Maybe there's a lot of better way and more way. Maybe I still need to explore more, but that's one thing. And that's another thing is I think it's the same thing. Getting connected is personally. Any thread, any dot that you can connect it, being women, being you're in the same interest, even anywhere. I think that's one way. Still, that's actually it's a homework for us too. I am still figuring out. I mean, that's my honest answer. Well, we can figure it out together. And one thing, and you already got connected with us. So, right?
Yeah, I would totally second that, Stella, in every single way. And the only thing I would add is kind of going back to my original piece of advice, which is reach out to people in your network that are maybe in a different kind of network, right? So you and Melina went to school together, you can connect on that. People who maybe grew up in the same area, right? If you're a first generation immigrant, you came out, it's a little harder to obviously find someone who grew up in your area. But as a first generation immigrant, I tell you, the world is a lot smaller. And I'm sure you've connected with people who grew up in your area out here, just like I have. It's one of those things that, people will tend to gravitate to like-minded people, and other people of color, other first generation immigrants, right? Underrepresented communities will be more than happy, generally speaking, to, reach out and provide that coaching and help you through that. So definitely, to Stella's point, you're connecting with everybody here. Take advantage of that. Follow up, send messages on LinkedIn, have those conversations, learn about their companies or organizations, NGOs, and see if that's something that you find yourself doing.
Oh yeah, those are both super great answers. No, Brandon, I, as a person who shares a lot of the same identities that you do and also shares a name, I think that those are questions I ask myself like very early on, especially just even going into the legal field. Like, there's not going to be a lot of gay Black attorneys. Like, who am I going to have to really? I'm going to have to advocate for myself really throughout this whole process. But and this kind of ties back to what I said earlier, which is kind of just like, don't be shy to put yourself out there. And I've been fortunate enough to find a lot of people who want to support me and want to see me, succeed. And so I explicitly asked them, like, do you know any Black people in this space that you can connect me with? When I got this role, my new role, I specifically asked a lot of people, are there any other Black managers at Sierra Club that you can connect me with? There are going to be things that I want to talk to them about, not you about. And like, I was honest about that. And through that process, I've made a good network, not as large of a network as I would hope, but a good amount of network to where I've been able to really find others who have similar identities as myself. And so I would, like I said, just put myself out there and let people know, like, being Black is a part of my identity, being gay is a part of my identity. I need to talk to people who share that. And people have understood that, especially in the clean energy space and the environmental space generally. I think that they would for sure help out with that.
Thank you so much for that insight. That's really, really helpful. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Brandon, for asking that great question. I think that's something I've definitely grappled a lot with as well. I definitely struggled getting my first job in clean tech. I remember I'm also the first generation college graduate, right? And I had a really hard time breaking into this industry. I was really discouraged because a lot of the hiring managers at the time when I was interviewing were largely white men, and I found it very difficult to connect with them. So I think sometimes that's definitely, it can be a challenge, but it's definitely good to advocate for yourself and find people like yourself that can look after you. We're going to open, does anyone else have any more questions for the panelists?
I think you got one in the chat.
Let's see. Pat Dahl asked, there are many focus areas / technologies within clean energy and environment to choose from: solar, environmental justice, carbon capture, etc. How did you decide on your focus area, and what would you focus on now if you were just coming out of school, and how transferable are your skills across focus areas? It's a great question, Pat. Thank you.
That is a great question. My short answer is luck of the draw. It's kind of where you find yourself. Basically, you're going out, you're applying to work, and you kind of, the reason I stayed in my area of focus this long and haven't really tried to go elsewhere is because I like to be in a product-oriented company. I like products. I like physical products. I like getting my hands on them, I like seeing them. I like working with numbers to make those products pencil out for our partners. And that's kind of why I stayed in the space. Very transferable skills, as you can imagine, because you're kind of crunching numbers. Otherwise, if I was to come out of school today, would I go into this space? I would still be in product, probably not in solar trackers. Maybe something more simple. People who are in the space will understand what I'm talking about. Maybe EV chargers is likely where I would go, somewhere closer to the electric vehicle space for sure.
That's actually what I'm what I'm thinking of. Yeah, well, I was just gonna say the same thing. Battery storage. That's a hot keyword. I think I also like talk to my my analysts and my young professionals, like if they are kind of like year like 3 or 4. I mean, still I'm talking to myself. Go study on the storage. This is another new technology. So like nonstop evolving this industry, you will see a lot of new technologies. Battery already getting mature. Battery space is getting mature, and of course they are coming. And then we're thinking about a lot of hybrid things. So just maybe look for something that you cannot really project what's gonna like really big boom. It could be crash in like the next 5 years. I don't know. But you will see what actually market is talking a lot for the future, the new technologies. That's actually a good way as a junior, right off to school. And you have, because I guess my title, my level, and I'm a little bit sometimes reluctant to learn something new. I'm a little bit afraid. I'll be honest, like afraid. Like I wish like someone knows already and then tell me what to do. That's another thing. Maybe if you have a skill set, if you have knowledge early on, that's plus. It's like 100 points plus. So yeah, I mean that's why like maybe keen on the market trends. That's one thing, and also that's why I want to be in that too. Like storage, I think I would just give it the one word: storage. Maybe it's just my own industry and solar project development. Battery is a hot thing, so that's why I'm saying this.
Coming at it from like an advocacy point of view and from like the viewpoint of kind of like government affairs, I think I don't know if this is like a controversial opinion, but I think that like the only real skill that you need that I know that people in my space like as an analyst or as someone on the business or even engineering side of things, as a government affairs person, the only real skill we care about is being able to communicate clearly, both in writing and also in the actual meetings. And so like that has to be transferable regardless of what role you're in. And that's primarily because if you're able to communicate what you're seeing or the trend, if you're an analyst, the trends you're seeing, or even if you're a business person, and like kind of like where you're seeing things go, that is easier for people like me to take to policymakers and tell them exactly what should be happening, why we should be permitting these projects, why we should be focused, like allowing these projects and things like that. I just think that that's always helpful. But I would 100% agree with kind of like, if I could go back in time and start out where I would go. I think the people who got into EVs and also batteries and storage are like, they're ridiculous. I like, in like the good way. Like I really do, because like I see them all the time at state agencies, and they're like getting win after win after win. And it's, in my opinion, for the better of the environment, but it's really good. So I would probably pivot towards that. And then there was another thing that I was going to mention, but I forgot what it was. Oh, there are other types of like renewable energy that I know is kind of controversial, specifically as it relates to like carbon capture or like LNG. Even there are some questions around like hydrogen. And I know that those are like up and coming, and those are going to be really, the conversations around them are going to be happening, but I wouldn't discourage people from getting into those conversations by any means. And that's coming from a person whose organization is really battling internally with how we approach all three of those issues. I think it's good to have the more science and more discussion about them before we completely roll them out or completely phase them in by any means. So if that's something you're interested in, you have a science background, please go into that and like inform the science that us people in the policy realm need to have. So yeah.
Thank you guys. Abhishek, do you have a question?
Yeah, hi everyone. I think this session was very helpful. So particularly this session is on business development. So my question will be, maybe Stella and Yazan can maybe answer that. It's more on a process side, like what kind of process is there like for new business development you run? Like it is like competitive bidding, or it is more like clientele, building new clientele and reaching out to them? How does that work?
Stella, do you want to take it first?
Yeah, well, that's my part, my area. So yeah, well, there's no like kind of right path for that. I guess it could. Well, I'm maybe the process is sometimes, all the new deals, and then or even the building of business development for the my M&A scene, or even project development. It's just not. I don't think that is coming from the scratch. It is coming from the scratch. What I'm saying is not just you're kind of making up from your own. It's pretty much coming from somewhere, or through some other company, or through the broker. Could be all through the bank, or any resources. It work sometimes is referred by our contractor vendors. It just because of that, this industry is so connected, and then who's the player there. So the process itself is not going to be too difficult to find a new deal or building the business development per se, as like how you're building the relationship with the business, because either it could be individual, it could be the company versus company. So I mean, that's the one thing that you will see, that you can bring on your business development your own, and also you can go with your company already have there some relationship. And there's ongoing process coming in through it. So if you are looking for some specific process, how it works in a business development, I don't think that I cannot really say one word to, oh, this is a process for that. I think, but it's pretty much, it is individual effort to finding a good deals. And another way is also you're coming from through the organization. So, if you have a more specific, the way that you will find the projects, building them, maybe if you're asking that, I can spend some time for that, but it's really not really have any like form of a path to, this is a path that you're going to do this. So I hope that that's answered.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah, I got that. I was asking this question particularly because I'm an international, I'm from India, and have worked past 4 years into that particular domain, like new business development, strategic new initiatives, and as well merger acquisition. So I just wanted to understand a bit more, like how an international experience can be like leveraged here in US, where new business development, more particularly local market intelligence is also one key aspect of it. Competition landscape is one key aspect of it. So basically you can throw some flavor on it to utilize that.
Mhm. Let's see. For your international background, I don't think like it doesn't. I mean, I believe this is a plus anyway. I mean, same thing, like vice versa. Like if I'm going somewhere, if I'm going back to Asia, like going back to Korea, and I'm doing same project development, I could absolutely do it. Every region has different, but what I will say as a job function is pretty similar. Project development, especially solar project development, is very similar. But if you are thinking about just business development or relation development thing, I mean, there's no thing as international and domestic. So I think if you already like think that, oh, because I have an international background, oh yeah, of course, because this like all the player right now in the solar energy, they are pretty high top like company, they're non-US company.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it is already an international business industry, and maybe job function is very transferable to anywhere you go. Even that's another thing, like in domestic and in US, each county, each state has a different, totally different country. I will treat it as a different company. Texas versus California, very different. So yeah, I think if you are looking for something, or with your background as international background, yeah, I would go for it. It's not really gonna label you as international background. I don't think that that's gonna like really like bother you, and then it's always gonna be plus. I don't think that it's gonna be minus for anything. But if you're more looking for the way that you can find the business relations within this presence here, well, I think that's go back to this question that we always have right now: how you're gonna connect it.
And if I could add, let's say a few things, is like, so I myself actually came from, when I started at Nextracker, I was focused on the international markets, global expansion, Latin America, then Europe, then Middle East and North Africa, before switching gears to focus on the US market. And as Stella was mentioning, yeah, every landscape is different, but I mean, yeah, it's like ERCOT is different than everything else, right? It's not even like, it's not even California or Texas. It's like Texas and everything else. It's like the most deregulated market ever. And so the skills are totally transferable. You'll be able to kind of work with the dynamic, right? From a business development relationship perspective, as Stella was mentioning, there's not like a process. The short answer is close the deal. The more elaborate answers really focus on your relationships. I would say one piece of advice that I would give is don't spend a lot of time emailing, spend more time on the phone. So send your email, send your super detailed email out to your prospect, whether that's an email, a message, a LinkedIn, whatever it is. Send it with all the details that you can, but then follow that up with a phone call. That takes your relationship a long way. And the more time you get to spend on a phone call or video call with your prospect, the more time you're getting to know them. This industry is completely based on relationships, as I'm sure you've heard throughout this entire Career Expo. So I'd strongly recommend that you invest the time in building those relationships, even if you're just spending some time on the phone talking about sports and kids and, you know, whatever it is, food, right? Connect with people. It's really important.
Thanks, that was super helpful.
Awesome. We maybe have time for one more question, and then we'll head to our closing remarks for the event.
I can ask a question if no one else has. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So firstly, thank you for coming in. This has been really helpful. Just out of curiosity, I mean, I just wanted to understand the space a bit more. What is currently trending at your end in the spaces that you're working, maybe in public advocacy, in solar industry, in the solar tracker industry? I mean, what is the hot topic? What is being talked about right now? Or what are the new processes that are coming up?
Well, I can start because I think battery, we talk about it. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much like, it's like, I can spend like a day to like how important, but you know, that's like one trend, it's a technology trend. But you know, right now, a lot of solar project developers and vendors, EPC, we are suffering from, or we witness a lot of supply chain constraints. Is due to pandemic or due to some of geopolitical issue that what we are heading, China versus US, Europe versus whoever, or anywhere. So there's a lot of things going on, but I think I'm just gonna speak as India, someone who is coming from solar energy industry sector, because it's an infrastructure. It's like big, depending on the size of the project, but it still is a lot of like the investment is coming, and then also we're having a lot of like just capital injection, capital investment, even tax equity investment. There's a lot of investments around this, and there's a lot like billions of dollars in the fund to just ready for to inject their fund to the solar projects and the battery project. But right now, we know that all the equipment prices pretty getting thin and lean, and then the margin is very lean. And then where is our value creation? That's actually a hot topic, because it used to be a new technology, and the electric, actually the power price was dream. Like PPA price right now is dropping, like really seems like nothing to us as a developer. But I mean, that's one thing, like how as a project developer, business development person in the solar energy industry, how we are gonna add a value, because it seems like there's no space for the adding value, but there it is. So there will be. That's why as all people in the solar energy, we're finding where we can put the value, add a value on that, because that could be storage. That's one thing. It could be storage. There could be another thing. You're maybe growing some other crops underneath modules. There's a way that we can create add a value. It could be technology way. It could be another way that maybe solving some supply chain constraints, or having a better relationship with the geopolitical versus China versus the US. There's a lot of ways. So the hot topic overall, I think, where we can add a value. Where is we can earn more money? I guess that's another way to say it, but I mean, I was say where we can put a value, add a value on top of what we already have. It's very, the project development cost is very transparent already. So that's why, like, who actually find the value, that will be the hot topic.
Yeah, I would totally second that. Even from the product side, we're just trying to find more areas to bring value to our partners. In terms of hot topics right now, insurance is a hot topic. Insurance, yeah, there you go, right? Yeah, for real. Yeah. Insurance is a really hot topic right now. People are worried about the long-term asset, right? 20, 30 years out. So people want to make sure that it performs. That's a hot topic. There are a lot of new companies entering that space, from one, a project finance insurance, and then to a kind of a performance guarantee perspective. KWH, Emnidian are just a couple of companies that come to mind, but there are a lot of people entering that space. So I would say that's a hot topic. And then in our tracker specific, it's adaptability, right? So most of the big perfect flat lands that were perfect for solar and best irradiance possible are getting taken up. So how do we make trackers work and pencil out and perform in, you know, the more difficult sites, essentially, the mountainous regions, places that have less irradiance than others, but still require the energy? Those are some of the things we're trying to work through.
We will have one more question. Marco, do you want to go?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I know we're about to move on to closing remarks, but I just thought of a question that I thought of asking. It's not related to coaching or anything like that. So maybe just in a few words, what do you think is the single most interesting development happening now or in the short term related to energy and the energy transition, right? Be it nuclear fusion, be it new technologies in battery, be it potential new international agreements stemming from events like COP26, or what excites you looking into the future related to the energy transition and sustainability?
I really quickly. I mean, I think what excites me personally is just people actually waking up and recognizing how bad our energy infrastructure and our energy supply and sources have been for the environment. I think there have been a lot of movement lately, especially here in California, to actually transition off as quickly as possible. We still give the government a hard time in saying that they're not doing it fast enough, but I think that they are recognizing more so now than they have in previous years the need to do that and to actually transition to clean energy. So we're seeing a lot more bold takes being advanced in the legislature and the Energy Commission at the CPUC than we ever had before. So that's nice, at least. And I think a lot of that has to come from the fact that, the IPCC report, it's COP26, like you said, but then also just like earlier this month with the oil spill, like people are recognizing how bad that is for communities. So how are we going to, rectify these situations? Sorry, I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, no, totally agreed, Brandon, in every way. It's, I think, Marco, another way of answering your question might be, I guess, from my side at least, is especially looking at this panel, right? Look at the representation that you see now in comparison to maybe YPE when, Stella, you were a part of it a couple of years ago, right? Or even a couple of years before that. There is so much movement in the space, and to Brendan's point, everybody wakes up, recognizes kind of the impact that our history has left on the planet and what we need to do about it. It's really impressive, to be honest, and I'm proud to be a part of it. I'm sure everybody else here is too.
I will also add one more thing. It's about the policy and how this is government driven. Just like all the solar energy industries could be, it's pretty much government driven industry, because like certain things, RPS goal 30% to 50%. Maybe who knows, like in 100 years will be 100% renewable energy. That's actually the aim for. That's what it's very interesting to see that. And then by government, by representative with decision makers seeing this a different way. It's not just optional, it's a mandatory thing. I think there's a big change. And then actually they give me a lot of positive optimism on this industry. Otherwise, it will be very tough to be voluntarily develop this industry as like a private sector, because it should be all the public sector and private sector kind of working together, moving to one goal. I think that's what I'm seeing as very exciting for me.
Thank you, everyone. Those were some great responses. I'm definitely feeling very inspired. You've all had such fascinating journeys, and I hope the audience has learned a lot from you all. So I know we're kind of on time now, so I'm just going to quickly wrap up. First of all, like I said, thank you everyone for joining, the attendees that we had throughout the day, the career panelists as well. So this, as I mentioned, this is part one of our Clean Energy Career Expo, right? So part two will actually be kind of more hands-on workshops and all these topics that we covered today. So policy and regulations, project and corporate finance, project and business development. So we kind of talked about it from a more high level here. So in the next section, it's going to be in November. We're confirming the dates, so we'll have it for you guys shortly, but we're going to actually like dive into these topics and hopefully kind of go into the detail that will be really helpful for you as you're looking for your next jobs. And also, I know we shared a lot of resources, a lot of really good resources during the event. So we'll be collecting them. I know we shared a lot of like podcast, newsletters, books. So just want to let you know that we will be collecting them, and we'll be following up with an email to all of our attendees with just the resources that we've had, also the contact information of the panelists if they're open to that. Otherwise, you can also add your share your contact information over chat if you don't mind participants reaching out directly. That would be great. And then wanted to do a quick plug for our careers page as well. Govinda, if you could maybe drop that link in the chat. So we try and post pretty actively every week. I think it's a great way to kind of look at the companies that are hiring, especially companies that are connected to YP SF Bay Area. I would encourage you all to join. And speaking of YP, we're actually kind of starting to look for the next leadership team for 2022. So applications will open, I believe, in the next month or so. So you can get involved by essentially being a part of the leadership team, which is how I started out. And that involves basically planning 2 events per year. One event you run as a lead, and the other one you would support. So the time commitment is pretty low, especially with COVID. A lot of the events are, virtual, so they're over Zoom. We've also kind of had some outdoor like networking events that we try and keep small. So there's an opportunity there to get more involved with all of us. I would really encourage you guys to reach out, stay in touch, and hopefully we'll see some of you at our next workshop at part 2 in November. So be on the lookout for that. And then also, if you want to be added to the YP SF Bay Area newsletter, you can private chat me your email, and I can add you to the newsletter as well. Would definitely encourage you guys to get on it. That's where we send out a weekly newsletter, kind of keep our members updated on the events, on the initiatives that we're developing. So thank you everyone so much for joining. I know it's a big ask to ask you guys to come on Saturday, but I'm really inspired by the representation here, the experiences, and I'm excited to kind of keep this relationship, keep this going. Govinda, do you have any last words that you want to share?
No, I think you covered everything. Thank you so much for coming in and for joining.
Thank you, everyone. And with that, we'll end this event. Have a great rest of your weekend. Looks like people are dropping some LinkedIn, so take some time to connect there. And we'll see you at our next event.